Is there a secret stash somewhere in your space, your studio? We'll never find
There's there's the ugly drawer.
the drawer. And
Yes.
it's not it's the ugly trash can. It's the ugly drawer.
Yeah, yeah.
It's time for Gab'n Doodle.
I'm live. I'm now officially live. And I'm getting my feet up. Hello everybody. It's a Thursday afternoon. It's 2:00 here on the East Coast, and that means it's time for another Gab'n Doodle. That's correct, another Gab'n Doodle. So here I go. I'm gonna put in the standard setup here, which is ask us anything, and my guest will be here in 1 second. Hold on. Ask us anything. I'm gonna put that in the comments. I'm gonna pin that so anybody that wants can comment. So today, I will let our guest in just a second. Our guest, I'm probably going to destroy this name, so bear with it. I'm going to be corrected, I'm sure. Is Gaia Bordicchia. Why do I want to roll my R there? Bordicchia, I think. Coming to us from northern Italy, who did this amazing book, The Animal Atlas, and has a variety of books that are Italian that I want to get my hands on. Some of them are a little bit hard to come by in the States without having to shell out half my earnings. But I'm going to get my hands on some of them. But we love Gaia's work in this household. We think it's adorable and cute and beautiful and all the wonderful words that go with it. So what I'll do is I'll let our guest in and we'll get going and we'll be making here very shortly. So give me 1 second. Let me accept for her to join. In the meantime, you get to look at me. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you well. Let me, I'm just going to check my volume on my end. Make sure it's turned all the way up. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for asking me to join this thing. I can hear you very, very the volume. Oh, wait. I'll turn the volume off.
Okay. I'll test.
Okay.
Test.
Yes.
Is that better?
Okay. That's fine.
Okay, so before we get started, I need you to pronounce your name the way it's officially pronounced and not with my horrible American accent massacring it.
It's Bordicchia.
Bordicchia.
Because Bordicchia, yes, because we don't have the K, the Italian in the alphabet. We don't use the K. Yeah. So CH is read usually as K.
Wait,
That's
is there not a K in the alphabet?
No, I mean, yeah, we know it's there, but it's not part of the language.
Interesting. Okay.
Unless they are words like, I don't know, German, like Krafen,
Yeah.
stuff like that.
But that makes sense. Like gnocchi is a CH.
Gnocchi, yes,
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know why. Like, it's funny because I know little things like that, but I don't know. I couldn't somehow translate it to Bordicchia. Okay. So, welcome. Thank you for correcting. I really want to know. I hate when people try to like sugarcoat or let someone destroy their name without trying to be like, okay, this is how it's actually said. As a teacher, I try to get it really accurate as much as I can, and so I won't forget that one.
That's okay. That's fine.
Thank you for joining us. We're going to be drawing and chatting and all that fun stuff here in a minute, but for all the folks that tune in throughout the day and watch us on YouTube later, can you give us a little sense of who you are and what you do?
Ooh, that's a difficult one. It's difficult because I've been around for such a long time and I kept changing. I kept changing because publishing changes so quickly. I graduated in 1996.
Okay.
That's almost 30 years of illustration. So you know, you need to keep up with the way books are made. And when I started, everything was traditional, and then digital took over, and I learned how to use, you know, Photoshop and all those kind of things. But then I went back to traditional work. So it's I kept doing different things. I started as a wildlife artist. In fact, you have the atlas,
Yep.
and but the atlas is very recent because we did it in 2017, I think. Yeah, that's it. But yeah, in 1996, I used to do only wildlife art.
And
So
then, yeah,
yeah,
I was reading,
and then I
you shifted at some point, right? To,
yes, at some point I sent my work to the Bologna Book Fair. You know,
yep.
there's the exhibition, the illustrators exhibition. I got selected for that thing, and I think it was 1998 or something like that. And at that point, I started making picture books and all sorts
And
of different things.
you never stopped since at this
No,
point.
no. Well, I did stop for a little while when my son was born
Okay.
because it was, you know, just too much. And
You're
yeah.
saying that having a kid is taxing and challenging? No way. um, so I'm really interested. I mean, I'm interested to hear a lot about the natural science and the what was that? A car just drove by with a very strange horn. Um, I'm interested to hear a lot about sort of the natural science thing and sort of how that plays out, because it's one of those I was just talking to someone this morning doing a mentorship where they were mentioning their desire to do educational, and we were talking about sort of that idea of like going out and having to study and research and get all these things accurate,
Yeah.
And especially when you transition towards or move into something like kidlit, which is has the potential to be fantasy or, you know, strange and otherworldly, and there's a discrepancy between those two things. They're kind of far apart in some sense. So I want to delve into that a little bit today, but before we get going, I need to know two things from you. Actually, three things. One of them is, what are we going to be working with today, material wise?
I have no idea. We talked about do you have an idea of what you will be drawing?
I do have an idea of what I'm drawing. I think I need your help deciding. That's one of the questions. Here,
Okay.
we can get it out of the way real quick. So I drew this because we were talking about deserts, and I drew this
Okay.
sort of outside of Egypt, right against the pyramids. There's the city, like right up against the pyramids, and I wanted to play with that idea of like the separation between the two, and someone who's on a tourist camel being walked along. Or I thought about doing something that's an oasis with camels with spices of some sort, like carrying a bunch of spices, because I love the the bazaars with
Colors.
the colorful aspect. But I don't know what I want to do, and so would you rather? You get to make the choice.
I do.
Yeah, tell me what I'm drawing. Which one would you prefer?
That's too much pressure.
Spices or
I don't
cars?
know. I like both. I like the little cars, but I also like the idea of the spices. So I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, here I'll do behind my back. Okay.
Left hand.
Left hand. So we got spices.
Okay.
We're gonna do the
Let's
spices
go for
piece. There we go. So that rules that makes my decision for me. That's nice and lovely. But I want to know sort of. I mean, we're gonna do a desert. I think that's what we were talking about of some sort. It was desert themed. But do you have certain materials like certain paints or pencils or digital stuff that you're gonna be playing with?
I have a blank piece of paper.
Okay. What kind of?
I'm so ready for this.
No, it's fine.
I'm so prepared.
What kind of paper? Do you know what kind of paper it is?
It's the fancy one.
Oh, Arches. Okay. Beautiful.
Yeah.
And then
yeah.
as you're
It's
working,
the smooth one.
I might ask you then, like, what is that material? what's that pencil or what's that thing that you have with you? I understand the idea of like you probably have lots of materials lying around.
Yeah, it's mostly gouache and watercolors and colored pencils. And wait. Ta-da!
What is that? I can't.
Yeah, just a pen, a regular pen.
Okay, is it just a
I
ballpoint
do,
pen?
yeah,
Okay,
I do a lot of things with just a regular, pilot pen.
perfect.
Uh,
Okay,
I I do all the black and white interiors for these are made in pen. I don't know if you can
oh
see
yeah,
it.
okay. Yeah, some of the books I can't get over here that I wanted to get my hands on, they wouldn't like either arrive in time or they're not in our library
Yeah,
or
yeah.
they're
Well,
exclusive to Europe.
yeah,
Let's put it that way.
yeah, yeah. And I work a lot. I mean, up until now, I worked a lot for France, and I know it's difficult for the books to arrive in English, so they hardly ever do. And I was listening to the episode with Tor
Yep.
Freeman the other day, and she was talking about the magazines, and yeah, so it's a very similar
I was about
situation
to say
for me.
the same thing that Tor last week was saying that they do a lot of work for France for some reason. I don't know what
Yeah,
why France has so many or why they're not pulling from their internal sources, but they're it's fine for everybody that work goes over there. It's just funny that like all these people from other countries are doing work for France.
yeah. It's very common for Italians because we don't get a lot of decent jobs here, and our market is very small, the
Okay.
Italian publishing market, and often, pay is not great. So France is close, and it's easy to make contact. It's easy to send material. So many illustrators start working that way,
Is it?
and for me, it was very, very important.
It's interesting
So
that there's not a huge market there, but the Bologna children's book
I
festival
know,
is there.
I know, but everyone comes from outside
Yeah.
Italy. We do have our publishers, and some are quite big, but yeah,
Not very.
that unfortunately, yeah, you don't get a ton of
Yeah.
work.
I mean, I
Or if
imagine
you
that.
do,
Oh, go ahead, please.
we struggle with decent contracts. It's almost impossible to have royalties. The conditions are quite rough, so
Oof.
we look elsewhere
I
usually.
I imagine that happens in a lot of Europe too, just because you can't like tie to a singular country just because the market's small enough, and so therefore you do a lot of like cross country line sort of freelance work.
Yeah,
Um, so okay, so today we're gonna be doing desert stuff. Are you gonna wing it? You're just
I
gonna
think
okay
so,
okay
yes.
okay good. I'm excited to see it.
I like to draw imaginary places. So I was thinking maybe a mirage,
Okay
something, imaginary building in the middle of
okay.
nowhere. I
Let's
don't
do
know.
it. Let's do it.
Let's
So,
do it.
um, a couple of different things that I will note. If for some reason internet drops, we haven't had much of an issue since I upgraded our system, but we'll just hop back on. And then if at any point you want to leave,
Okay.
you just let me know. I won't be offended of any sort. Some people stay for a short time. Some people stay for a long time. It really is up to you. I want to be respectful of your time.
It's fine.
Um, and so, yeah, wait, what time?
I'm super slow. I'm a super slow illustrator, so I don't know if I will finish
Okay.
this thing. But
That's
yeah,
okay. What time is it there right now? Is it like
it's
eight?
30 something.
Okay.
8.
So it'll be late. All right. Yeah, you still have sun though right now, coming in the
Yeah.
window.
Yes,
Okay.
for another half hour probably.
Oh, okay. Okay, there you go. So why don't we switch to our downshoots? I have a feed up so I can watch. It has a bit of a delay, but I can sort of double check if you need any sort of instruction on getting the camera working. I know you were concerned about tech. You made that beautiful illustration of you trying to set up the tech for this
Yeah.
thing. But, uh,
I had my IT guy coming over, which means my kid.
yeah.
Before he went out, I told him, please set this thing up for me before you go out.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's switch our shoot. So again, that little circle arrow should switch to your down or to your other camera, and then just point it down. Let me sort of zoom out a little bit so we can see the space. And I'll again, if you have questions of tech here, just let me know. But I just need to know which way your hands are coming into the shot so we can sort of see. That's all. Oh, okay. Yeah, then we're fine. That's perfect.
Okay.
That is perfect. So
I don't have enough light, maybe.
it looks pretty good on my end.
Okay.
Unless, I mean, if you're talking about light for you, that's a different story.
No,
But
no,
online,
no.
good.
On video.
Yeah, no, it looks good on this end.
Okay. Perfect.
So I won't fret over it. So talk to me a little bit about sort of, you mentioned that idea of the market changing and the industry changing. I mean, I graduated in the year 2000, so I was a few years behind you, but have been doing this for, yes, a quarter of a century at this point. And there has been what do I want to say, like a shift throughout time as far as the way that illustration freelance works, etc. But have you, with the idea of being sort of flexible and moving and changing with the times, do you feel like your work has distinct eras to you at this point? Like you look back and go, oh, this is when I was in my blue phase, and this is like, is it that clear of night and day sort of difference, or is it something that's sort of gradually transitioned?
Well, I can certainly divide the times when I used to work digitally and now, because that was such an important shift for me. And I felt it and I can see it. And I think the Atlas is very much the only book of that period that I'm still happy with. The rest is very, very different. And but it's part of, what I did in the past. And I think when you don't become hugely famous, and you are in a small publishing sort of reality, as it is Europe, as it is France, especially, it's easy to change because nobody really knows you. So it's not like they can say, oh, you did something else in the past and now you're doing this thing and we don't like it.
Yeah.
I always felt like I was new. And it's kind of annoying when people don't know how old you are or how much experience you have, because they still treat you like a newbie every time, and explain you stuff like, you need to leave 1 centimeter here because there's a gutter, and like, yeah, I know.
Like, meaning before the project starts.
Yeah, before the project starts.
I was gonna say
all kinds of directions that you've done for years, and but that's okay. I mean, I don't mind usually. For some reason, I can find a pencil that works, which is not fantastic. Yeah, this is such a great start, right? It doesn't have a pencil.
Yeah. I was gonna say, at a certain point, the fact that people still think that we're young, that we're new, is kind of nice, because they don't see all the wrinkles and whatnot that are happening on our faces on a regular basis. I still get the like, when I first started out, I had the same thing. I had the publisher was contacting me saying, hey, your sketches came in and you're missing, or there's a gutter issue. And I didn't know at the time how to manage it. And of course now it's gotten easier as time goes on, but I do think that I still get or I guess this is more of a generational change of people assume that the work that I do is digital.
Oh, yeah.
At this point. And I know that, like, some of it is just, that's the way the world has shifted. But I also think there's a bit of an assumption that anybody who's working now works with digital, and like I can, of course, I can manage digital. That's fine, but I wonder how much of that is chalked up to the industry and how much of that is the that sort of mindset of you are young still, and so you must do digital, or it must be assumed to do digital. Um, wait, how did that?
I think it's just a habit. It's easier for them to assume that it's digital and to assume that they can make changes until the very end.
Yeah,
And yeah, I usually say it right at the beginning, and often they don't remember. So,
like you just said,
which,
I do traditional work.
yeah, I do traditional work. Please, let's, keep it in mind. I won't have layers. Please do the typesetting
Yeah.
on my sketches, because if you need to move stuff later, it will be
Yep.
difficult. All that kind of thing, all those things. But then when you get the comments on the final art, there's always some changes. Or can you please send layers? I don't have any layers.
Uh-huh.
So yeah,
I mean, I have gone back and made layers
yeah,
where, like, to manage, but it's basically just like I'll give you an extra half inch behind a character,
yeah.
and not the entire background being separated of some sort. Yeah,
Mhm.
I have the same battle happens, and
Same problem.
yeah, it's frustrating, but at the same time, I get it that it's just that a 90% of the market seems to be
Yeah.
digital at this point. So um, there are the challenges that come with that. Um, I am I'm of the mindset now that when I I make work, as much as possible, I try to think about that aspect before I make it. Of like, am I going to have
Mhm.
to separate these layers at some point? Because if so, then like, can I manage? Because I don't know about you, but when you're making work with traditional materials, um, the the idea of like having to separate it and do it in different pieces, or at least for me, I don't want to make like three different paintings that have to be pieced together in Photoshop. I want to be able
No,
to
no, it doesn't
one
make any
painting.
sense.
Yeah,
Mm.
it's just an ease of process to have it all together in one shot. And so like I don't want to separate it out that way, but I do try to like think, okay, if I have to move something around, how hard is this going to be later on?
Hmm.
Um, do you with that transition from the natural science, so going to that question I was asking earlier, that transition from the natural science side of things, and the sort of semi-realism to something like uh, kidlit, or stuff where it can be, an animal can be personified or have
Yeah.
clothes on, or whatever. How hard of a transition was that for you? Was that, I mean, you went
Uh,
to the festival and you got seen, but still you had to make some decision there, right?
yeah. Um, it was an entirely different thing. And I can't say it was difficult because I've always had both interests. So, while I was working on my wildlife, I was lucky because out of when I finished art school, I went to work with two of my teachers who
Oh,
were
interesting.
wildlife artists. They had a studio. It was the two of them and a cartographer, and they worked in watercolors, very, very old-fashioned stuff, but beautiful, fantastic. And that was so important to me because I've learned to do that. I've learned to do all the research side of things that you were mentioning before, which takes so much time. Now it's easier with the internet, but at the time it was just days spent on books and trying to find out if, the shape of the leaf of a plant were a certain way or another way. You had to look for photo references, and sometimes they were kind of
Yeah.
unclear. And so that was great. I mean, I really, really loved working with them. But at the same time, I would go home and draw characters. So it was just like having two separate lives.
Yeah, it was a day
Like,
thing.
Yeah. I sometimes joke and say that I'm the Norman Bates of illustration because I've always had different interests, different personalities, and so it wasn't really a transition. It was just giving more time to one thing as opposed to the other.
Yeah.
And
Sort of
yeah.
a smoother transition than what it was in my head, at least. Um, did you with the research side, because that's one of the things. I have students that come to me and say that they want to go into that industry, and there is this um, the challenge of being able to research deeply whatever it is, but then there are some industries within uh, illustration as a whole that it's better if you actually have a degree in biology or you have a degree in some of
Mhm.
the fields. Do you have some sort of background that goes beyond just the art side of
Um, Not really, not a strong one. The only difference between Italy and the US is in the way high school is set up. I don't know if you know this, or um, in the US you have high school and you choose your
yeah?
subjects, the stuff that you want to study. I did my senior year in Colorado,
Okay.
and that was the first art class that I've had. Because
Whoa.
in Italy, yeah, in Italy, my school was all science. I picked this high school. We have, different schools for different types of, what should I say? It's not subject because you do literature in both things, but classical is more for classical studies. You do Greek and Latin and very little math.
Okay.
And if you choose the scientific high school, you still have Latin in some cases today, but you have advanced math and physics and chem. So that was my background. It wasn't a huge science background because
No.
it was still high school credits. But maybe the mindset, the interest, I've always liked stuff like botanical plates and, the science artwork where you see the same thing from different views.
Yeah.
Like,
What's it? Not topographical.
I don't know what it's called.
I know what you're talking about, but I can't think of it right now. The term. I mean, that totally makes sense in the like, it's not that you're just doing natural science with no understanding of the science that goes behind it. That that you are that you have some vested interest in the methodology of making sure things are accurate and things of the sort. I know that there are like medical illustration.
Yeah.
I know that there are some instances there where like having a degree, so you know exactly what stuff looks like without having to look at other illustrators' work, can make a huge difference. Or paleontology, which is like it's an unknown what everything actually looked like, and so having some understanding of the world at that time can be really beneficial. But was it so when you jump into this world of kidlit, the way that we think of it now, was there a how do I say it? Was there like a not a transition in the sense of it was tough for you to draw characters, but was there a big shift in the way that you had to think about projects of any sort, or was it sort of you approach it just like you would any other illustration?
Yeah, the basic, yes, I would say yes. It's maybe you need to learn to be more flexible, and of course, if it's an illustration, if it's a scientific illustration, it needs to be correct. So usually there are no other opinions unless you make some really big mistake and you get the editor to say, look, this is wrong. While in Kidlit, you get a lot of opinions and there are a lot of eyes involved and you know, and there's the editor and the art director, and then the copy editor. Everyone seems to have a different view, which is important. I mean, or sometimes the author too, which is fine. And sometimes it's actually it adds to what you're doing because maybe you start with an idea and then it becomes something else.
But it's a little bit more objective than science.
Yeah, science, it's,
Did you?
yeah, you can get a comment saying like, I don't know, I would like a map here showing where this animal lives, or I would like to see this specific thing that they do, like if they have a den, a specific den, or a life cycle or stuff like
Yeah.
that. But it's all very simple in the end. I mean, it's difficult because you need to be accurate, you need to find all the information, but that side of thing it's easier because it's not a matter of opinions at that point.
Yeah, it's fact. It's a black and white,
Yeah.
a positive, negative
Yeah.
sort of option of it either works or it doesn't, or
Yeah.
it's either representative or it's not.
It's not.
That mindset. It's interesting that there's the subjective, because it's funny because when I've been in Kidlit for a while now, and
Mm-hmm.
there are times where there's things that are clearly objective, like, hey,
Mm-hmm.
you're running into the gutter, or or this color is not going to print properly, or things of that sort. But it is still very subjective, and it's a guessing game of will this make sense to the audience, and will they understand this story arc, or will they understand whatever it may be. But then that scientific side, it's just sort of, so pure of, well, does it look like it's supposed to or not? And I know it's very, very, like you said, it was somewhat simple, but and you changed that tune of like, no, it's very difficult actually. And I totally, like, it is the threat of someone coming in and going, that's not how it looks. I'm
No. Yeah.
assuming is kind of always hovering over your shoulder. With jumping into the kidlit realm, do you think that you prefer one over the other, or is it still kind of back and forth?
I don't have many opportunities to do science work now, which is kind of sad. But at the same time, I'm finally getting the chance to do my own books, to do my own stories, and that's something I've always wanted to do. So I don't mind to. It's important for me to focus just on Kidlit at the moment.
Yeah.
And if the right opportunity will come along to do more science work, I would love to do something about plants. That's something I've never done. So
Are you
yeah, I don't know.
are you a gardener by trade?
No, 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 I'm terrible. I kill every plant that comes into the house. So the only things alive are the succulents and orchids. That's all that lives here. So
Those live through everything basically.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Even
What? So why the interest then in plants? I mean, I'm obviously, like, I can love something and not know how to take care of it. I get that, but like, is there something special about plants in particular that
shape,
you're like, oh,
shapes and colors.
okay,
That's all that I really. Oops, sorry. Is this still
uh,
okay? Oh, you're coloring.
well,
Man, I'm drawing like a sandcastle. I don't know what I'm doing here.
it's okay. There's a reason why this is called Gab'n Doodle and not Gab'n Finished Piece. I just happen to doodle with color, and I don't sketch really. I sketch with material, and so
Oh, okay, okay.
that's why you're seeing. I'm just making some swatches to be able to play with color wise on this piece. So don't worry about that. If it wasn't for that, I'd be probably in your same boat of trying to figure out direction of where all this goes. So your uh, your time illustrating, going back to that sense of like things have changed. Do you think that when you were working digitally, obviously there's the ease of digital of like being able to move stuff around and play, but do you think that now that you're working traditionally, do you think that digital work has enhanced how you actually make work traditionally?
Yeah.
Or is it so separated still in some way?
No, it was a huge help. I mentioned before that I stopped working for a while when my son was born, and that's when I started using a computer because it was easy to just, stop and save and
Yeah.
pick up the baby if you needed. And that's when I really learned to use it. And going back to traditional, it took off a lot of pressure. And so I was able to learn a lot of things about, I don't know, stuff like night scenes where you would normally be afraid of going too dark with the blues or stuff like that. At least I was at the
Yeah.
time. And in digital, using Photoshop was huge for me. I've learned so much. But then I got to a point where I was working like in autopilot. Um, there was no interest for what I was doing. I wasn't as involved as I should have been. And that was the point when I decided that, that was, I had learned everything that I needed to learn from that
Yeah. It
side of things.
sort of became a formula.
Yeah.
No,
And
not,
when you're not as involved with something, it's I don't know. I wasn't happy working that
yeah,
way.
yeah, no, that makes total sense of like, I mean, there's even the equivalent of within any sort of making, if you lose interest or it becomes too simple or too easy, at least for me, it's time to move on. It's time to, pack your bags and say, okay, what's next? Um, and I even found that, my tradition of using acrylics and painting, it was too easy to replicate. And I don't mean to be like, hey, everybody, this whole thing was easy. It is not easy in any sense. But again, it became formulaic. There was too much control happening.
Yeah.
And so, not materials or, at some point, collage for me might disappear and it might become something else that is the go-to for my making process. But that sort of, you hit a wall and you sort of re-question what's the point if you're just sort of, following a track that's already been established for you. Do you, now that you're sort of and I don't want I want to make sure we're not far off in age. So when I say that now we are older, I don't mean that of any sort, but now that you've been doing this for, you said 30 years?
Yeah.
That,
Almost. Next year
okay.
is 30.
So, okay, so yeah, 29 years. Let's
Yeah.
not add that extra number if we don't have to.
It's okay.
But have you had moments of like trying to take time and reflect back on your work and sort of like your mindset of working in the sense of like, for me, I'm at a point where I don't know if it's like midlife crisis. I don't know what it is, but I'm always sort of questioning still. What's the point? Have I made the right decisions? Do I need to rethink? Which is maybe extremely healthy, but I think at this point in my life, I start to go like, okay, does that mean something beyond just me trying to evolve as an artist? And maybe it's some like, how do I establish a legacy? How do I, make my mark on an industry beyond just making work, but like making something special or what have you? Have you hit that sort of threshold of sorts?
What do you mean by something special? I mean,
Well,
I think that's very personal. No.
in the sense that like right now I'm working on jobs is the way to
Mhm.
look at it. And until recently, I've been just sort of following a script of um, the client wants this, I will solve it, and done. And now I'm starting to be a little bit more reflective and interested in making work that's for me,
Yeah.
or my need, that is way more independent and way more separated from the client than what it was previously. And it means I'm still meeting the client's desires,
Yeah.
but my voice is much more important in that equation than what it once was.
Yeah. That's super important to me. Sometimes and we talked about this well, without giving examples, but sometimes we are hired for maybe a small example they find of your work, or maybe old work, and it's not something that we want to do anymore,
Yeah.
or maybe we discuss the project and it's not clear if they are open to do something that you consider more personal or more closer to what you want to do, to what you have become over the years. And for me, that's so important. Um, I find that when I don't have that type of freedom, I often lose the interest for a project, or I even resent it
Yeah.
because I'm like, dude, I'm not an amanuensis. I'm not just someone. I don't know. With the experience, it also comes a certain taste for things, the things that you like, and there should be a certain amount of trust from the client. And then, of course, you meet halfway. You always do. It's not just your thing. It's not fine art,
Yeah.
but by all means. But you need to have that freedom to do something that it's really representative of what you want to be doing, which is why I was saying before, I've always wanted to do my own stories, but was difficult because I'm not an author. I never will be an author. I have huge respect for authors, but the idea of doing my own thing with the artwork that I want to create, that's so important, because I get the sense that you were saying we're not that old. Well, yes, but it's now or never.
Yeah.
Sometimes I get that feeling, after 29 years, I think if I don't have the chance now to do this thing the way I wanted to do it, then when?
Yeah.
In 10 years? You know, I don't know if my back will be will be here in 10 years. I
But
so, um
you don't think you can write, or like you're
no, well, it's for me, stories are never made of words. I need to draw them. I imagine them as a storyboard, as watching a cartoon or a movie. It's a sequence of images. So adding the text after is something that I'm learning to do,
yeah.
but it's not, I understand that that's not my thing. That, yeah,
You can go work.
silent book,
You could actually like tell the story sans words,
yeah.
and, and live in that. It's one of those things, like, I feel like, and maybe I'm making a leap of faith here, but I feel like every children's book illustrator understands story so well
Mhm.
that maybe they're not good with word choice, but stories, they clearly have some ability to understand story beats, and when to add climactic moments, or when to give a breath or a moment of pause in a story. And so uh, I would say don't count that out completely yet, of any sort. But I understand that, like, the time left argument. I know that's a challenge for a lot of folks who especially are trying to get into the industry just uh, initially, that it can be a little bit challenging to think, oh, well, I'm 40 or 50 or whatever it may be, and I haven't had a book yet. Like, there's so many
Mhm.
people that have gotten books late in life, and it just took that kind of time. Do you, with the books that you work on, do you find that your sense of, because obviously something like the Atlas book, that's not like storytelling in the same way of, you're not developing some big narrative that runs from page to page. But with the other books that you've been working on, have you had enough opportunity in the actual design process to make those decisions that effectively are, changing the direction of the story?
No, changing the direction, no. It was always a matter of interpreting or finding a design solution that would be good for the story, or more easier to understand, or that kind of thing. Change the course? No. I don't think
Well,
I ever tried.
maybe not change the course, but have added something to the story that was not originally there. So
Yes, I did. Actually, I did. It was a small Italian book, and I've added a small cactus plant. That there was this little king, and I drew the king tiny, and the queen was enormous, and he would, be very sweet and bring flowers and stuff, and this little plant. And they told me this is a naughty thing, we can't do it, and then they left it. So that was,
naughty that he brought a cactus?
yeah, it was kind of I don't know. They were questioning the shapes
Oh,
of the plant.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay, I got you.
yeah.
There's some like tradition of giving someone a cactus that I didn't know about, but yeah, I've had a couple of pieces where I've like, there was a book that I worked on where for some reason I like the color pink in elephants, maybe because the term pink elephant, but the problem is I had one where it was just the trunk of an elephant coming onto an image, and it was pink, and the publisher said, we need to rethink this that same sentiment. This is not fly well with certain audiences. Um, it's it's one of those things where I think that like taking some, not necessarily ownership, but the freedom to breathe in a storytelling and to be able to find those things you want is really important. And I know that early on there was lots of challenges of, again, for me at least, trying to meet needs of others before I met the needs of myself. And now I'm making more decisions. I'm like, this is just going to look cool, and this is the style of it. If it doesn't say in the manuscript, like, who cares? I can do whatever I want. So, what color was it?
Do they leave you more freedom now? Do you have more freedom with your project as compared to?
I basically have requested it at this point. I basically stopped asking and just started doing. And I think part of that is just having more faith in myself that like they're not going to stop me, or I can at least argue back, this is the reason why it needs to look like this, which I think is different than just me going, this looks cool. It's reason, this is why it helps the story, or what have you. That kind of mentality, I think, goes away for sort of selling the idea. But it's never a clear cut case of they're going to come back to me and go, this is perfect, because I'm taking risks in that. But I think in taking risks, you have the potential for something new or something interesting. I'm trying to figure out how I design this sky. It's going to be desert, so I have to make a warm sky. Can't have a cold sky in the desert. So
I don't have a sky. See how lazy I am.
well, it's different. Are you gonna have sand at least?
Yeah, a sand castle.
Yeah, yeah. Well, then it's okay. It's still a desert. It's still.
Still desert. I have dunes. They don't look like dunes too much for now, but you
I
know.
think at some point, as long as there is a lack of rain, like when we started talking about desert, I I always go to the idea that what is it? The Arctic is actually the desert as well, because
Hmm.
it's on rainfall, not on is it hot. And so there's a
Yeah.
potential. But once I said Sahara at one point, or in my head, it was like, okay, I gotta do desert, for the beach. Um, I think I even said to you that I'm not. There's not a lot of cute animals in my mind that are in the desert,
Yeah.
and so it's okay. Well, what are my choices? How can I make a animal that's sort of goofy or cute? And the closest I could get was a camel, but lizards are the cutest things in the world to me. So no offense to lizards. Uh, do you have any pets?
I have a cat
You have a cat.
who is, yeah, she's hiding somewhere. Maybe because she hears me talk and that kind of weird, you know.
Camera shy.
Uh, no, no, she's usually not shy at all. I posted a video of how she jumps on my table every time I
Oh,
work. But probably now the thing that I'm drawing and talking, she's like, oh my God, she's lost it for good. As lo- She's probably wondering, will somebody feed me at some point? Will they remember me?
doesn't
So
no,
I don't know where
doesn't
she is.
you're talking to someone on the other end just thinks that you're talking to yourself and you've gone
Yes,
crazy. Yeah. Uh,
yeah, in a foreign language, not just
yeah.
talking. It's something she doesn't recognize.
The have you ever? I used to have this problem. My cats have not been so bad with it recently, but the cat stepping on paint on the
Oh yeah.
and like I've had a few pieces in years past where there was a little smudge of paint from a footprint or a paw print across either my desk or across an actual piece. It was very frustrating. Um, I mean, getting up on the desk is one thing, but trying to be the artist is a whole nother situation. um, what's your cat's name?
Kirche,
Kidche?
like Kirche,
Kidche.
like yeah, like the witch. And here she's coming because she thought I was calling her. Um, and yeah, like the witch in the Odyssey. There's a witch called Circe.
Oh,
I don't know if it's pronounced maybe differently in English, translated differently. I
to
don't
be
know.
honest, I don't remember that name. I know I've read the Odyssey when I was younger, but I couldn't tell
Yeah.
what the name of any character would be. Is your cat a witch?
Who knows? Probably.
Built the stewing concoctions in the background that to take over the world and
Yeah. I must be her familiar.
yeah.
I always say this. It's the other way around. I should be the witch, but yeah.
So tell,
Uh,
tell me a little bit. I mean, I know that you said you're in northern Italy, but where actually in Italy are you? Like, how close are some of the big cities?
uh, I'm very close to Milan.
Okay.
Um, like about half an hour drive. So I actually go fairly often. It really depends. I don't particularly enjoy it. So yeah, here she is. Circe, vai via. Sorry, just a second. Is she on video? Yes, the
Yeah.
tail.
When you
Um,
don't enjoy Milan, or you don't enjoy.
I was born in Milan, so I can't say I don't enjoy it. It really depends. Sometimes it's a little too much, traffic, stuff like that. But yeah, it's good if you go for a day and
Yeah,
inspiration, energy,
go
that
for a day,
type of thing.
leave at the end. Yeah, that's the but you got fashion. That's when I think of Milan. That's the first thing I think is all the like fancy fashion places and the shoe stores, and not that I'm a big fashion connoisseur, but
Yeah, same here.
now I do know there's the school that I teach at, they go to Majorca, and there is a spot there on the island that there's a shoemaker who makes shoes by hand. You go in and choose the leather you want.
Mm-hmm.
We'll make it in front of you, and so at the end you get a personalized shoe for you. And like that sounds cool. So if there's something like that in Milan, then I'm all in going to visit. But yeah, I'm not outside of fancy shoes. I'm not a big fashion-y.
Do you live in a big city, or because I live in a very tiny town? That's
Yeah, we live. I don't even know how big the town is that I live in, but we're close to Boston, Massachusetts,
okay.
a nice big city.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't like cities in particular. I
Mm-hmm.
grew up in the country of sorts, or like out with a lot of nature, and so
Yeah.
now, admittedly, I like air conditioning, and I don't like nature in the same way.
Mm-hmm.
But I much would prefer a small town where everybody knows each other than a big city with hard parking choices. So, how town that you're in?
Uh, you mean the Crema, the place where I live?
Yeah.
It's very, very tiny. I don't even drive. I have a bike. So
Oh, that is,
I bike around.
yeah, that is tiny. What if
So yeah.
you go somewhere and it's raining and all you have is a bike though? You just get wet and raincoat?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't.
That's but you're also, you probably have like pretty, like, you don't get snow and stuff, do you?
We do sometimes, not a lot of it though.
Yeah. Okay.
We used to get a ton a while back, but now not anymore. So it's one of those really, we're really feeling the way climate is changing here,
You're right on
because we,
or that borderline between like where the snow actually stops. We're in an area where we still get snow, so we don't notice it as much, but it does get warmer.
Mhm.
But we still get, feet of snow sometimes. So I can't really say that it's changed dramatically for us. With where you are, do you get out into like the city often, or out to like big towns, or is that something that's sort of more rare as time goes on?
Well, I usually go on holidays at some point. But yeah, on a daily basis, no. I mean, I'm very much here, and I enjoy being here. So I've considered moving to Bologna for a while, but yeah, it's my son is moving to Milan, and it will be too complicated probably. I don't know. That's an option though. It's still an option on the table. And Bologna is bigger, but it's not as big as Milan. And especially it's a college town. It's a university town, so it has a completely different vibe compared to Milan and to the big city and all that kind of thing.
You don't want to hang out
And
with a bunch of kids, a bunch of young that show you up on a regular basis and are hip and happening. I'm not that I want to hang out with a bunch of old people, but old people town sounds more exciting to me than young
yeah,
people.
well, Boston is very I don't know how it's maybe the of all the cities, and I may be wrong here, but of all the cities of all the American cities that I visited,
Yeah.
is the one that feels more maybe European in a certain way. I mean, it has a similar atmosphere compared to some of the larger cities in Europe.
Yeah.
You don't get such a big feeling of being in the US. At least that's the impression I had at the time. But yeah,
Well,
I was.
there's a lot of historical sites because of the age of the area, and so
Yeah.
you do have uh, uh, buildings that go back quite some centuries and are still standing amongst other city. Just like looking at stuff in Europe, wherein you might have a town that is a mixture of the old and the new. That is
Yeah.
sort of do a lot of Boston in particular, but it's in no way is it cool and European and sophisticated in any way. It's still got it's still classic Boston for anybody that's in the States. You know what I mean by that. Let's put it that way. So, but you've been to the States. What other locations have you visited?
I lived in Colorado for a year, more or
Where
less.
where
I was in a very, excuse me?
where in Colorado?
I was in a very small town called Meeker,
Okay.
which is close to Grand Junction, next to Utah, almost on the border between Colorado and Utah. And I did my senior year there. So I went to Denver and then, San Francisco, LA, New York. We visited Maine in another period later on. And what else? That's it. And Boston, of course. Yeah, I was mentioning Boston before.
Did you
And
did you do a lot of skiing while you were in Colorado?
yes, I did. We were fairly close to Glenwood
Okay.
Springs and then the other place. Wait, Glenwood Springs, you don't ski there. The other place, oh my gosh, I can't remember. I was 17.
Okay.
I don't remember. That was a long time ago. But yeah, I did. We used to go on the weekends and it wasn't super close, so but yeah, on the weekend we'd usually go skiing. And I love that.
We're
Um,
we're going back to not back to. I am going back to Colorado in a few months for a festival that we're going to go see. But I grew up in Minnesota primarily, but for 4 years of my childhood, I lived in just outside of Denver, Colorado. I was telling my son, I'm like, oh, we can go back and look at all the things that I remember from that. And I realized, oh, it was from when I was in kindergarten through fourth grade. So I was, 6 through 10, roughly. And it's like, that is so long ago. I have no connection to it. But I'm sure that everything is completely different from what it was like when I was there originally. But for some reason, it's still like, oh, we can go back and we can visit this little gas station I used to buy cards at, and where we used to bike behind this person's house. And I'm sure that house is probably like no longer standing, or uh, it's been so long. What years were you there?
I was there in 1990. I was class of 1991.
Okay, so it's pretty close to the time frame that I was there. I was there until '87, I think. That range. We could have run into each other, and
Yeah.
it would have been amazing.
And maybe we did, and we
Yeah.
don't know it.
Yeah, I would have been, 7, but and you coming up going, hey, someday we'll chat on the internet, and we'll go, what's the internet? Yeah.
But I mentioned the fact that was the very first art class that I took in Colorado. And actually, that was the first time that someone told me about illustration, because the art teacher would come in, and at the time, I got there and I spoke very little English, So it was hard to make friends and to communicate and everything. So I spent a lot of time watching movies and reading books, proper nerd, and drawing, of course. So the art teacher told me, you know, if you like stories and you like drawing, there's this thing called illustration. So when I went back home, I was like, okay, guys, this is what I'm
No.
going to do. I'm sorry.
And did they? Because I mean, you were coming from an environment where that was not your
No.
normal sort of interest, or it was unknown to you. Did you have to do some explaining to folks back home, going like, here's what this means, or was that pretty inherent to them that, oh, that's what illustration is, without having to do a lot of sort of expectation management or things?
Um, no, I mean they were cool. They always knew I love to draw, and I remember asking because you know the for the thing that I told you before about different types of eye school, we have one that is just for drawing. So that's what I wanted to do initially, and my parents insisted because they wanted me to, you know, have more time to think about it. You know, you're too young, 14. Okay, you like to draw, but what if this doesn't work out for you? Take this 4 years, learn something else, and then you can go back to
Yeah.
drawing if that's what you want to do. So when I went back and I said, you know, there's this thing, then they already knew that I wanted to do something connected to drawing. They didn't question it too much because you know, it was one of those things. My granddad was a huge comic book collector, so they've always had illustrated books around the house. My father did. So when I told them I want to do this thing, they were like, okay, yeah, actually, why we never thought about this? There's people making comics, and we gave it for granted. We never questioned who made the comics.
I
We
wonder.
just
I had some other folks on that were talking about. Chuck Ronick was on, and he was talking about sort of Dutch and sort of Northern European education. One of the things that came up in it was just the type of artwork that was always sort of prescribed to people was very classical and
hmm.
commercial side. And it sounds to me like that same, like even my parents had a similar sort of question of like, well, if you're going to go do art, is there actually, um, what's the need for it? Because the perception is just like museum art. And then once they realize that there's some commercial output and that, commercial art is a thing, then all of a sudden that opens the door for, oh, there is room for art to be something other than just a painting in a museum.
Hmm.
But I'm wondering, like, even in the case of what you're talking about, was there some sense from your parents that when they didn't know that that was feasible, was that because of their not seeing it, or was that because of a cultural sort of separation of art and design as being so disparate that people don't really recognize that there's that potential?
Yeah, maybe. I don't think they gave a ton of thought. You know, when you have a kid in Italy, you always think that it will grow up to do the usual types of jobs. And of course, it's weird because we're supposed to be one of the countries about creativity and all that sort of thing. But there's an idea, there's a big separation between fine art and illustration. There still is. It's less now, but at the time, if you did like an art school, it was to become a painter or a sculptor or
Yeah.
that type of thing, not an illustrator. And weirdly enough, we always had illustration. We've always had a lot of comics, some coming from, South America, or it was a rich market. It wasn't like we didn't have examples. And the fact that my granddad bought these comics and collected them and really loved them, but never thought, about the idea of it becoming a profession in any way.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's interesting. I mean,
And then when I,
oh, go ahead, please.
yeah, um, no, so it was easier when I said this is what I want to do. They were like, "Oh, cool! This is actually really nice."
Yeah. No, I even think that, in the States, that idea of commercial output for art making, or the types of industries that are within art that are not necessarily just museum level or gallery level painting, it was not known for a long time for a lot of folks. Like, there's a lot of people that go to art school in particular, that um, have not had that interest until they were confronted by it, by
Mhm.
an instructor, or seeing other students do something of the sort. Um, I mean, I think now it's probably easier to come across just because of the internet. You can find so many things that are um, accessible in that.
Mhm.
But as we were growing up, it wasn't. We didn't have the internet. We didn't have.
Yeah.
It was sort of what our parents had in the house was sort of what we were influenced by. So um, it's a challenging. Let's put it that way, a challenging concept of sort of like, yeah, how you're introduced to it, and is it seen as good or bad depending on your societal influence of some sort.
Yeah.
We're
I think my parents were a little bit worried about the only thing they were worried about, it wasn't, are you going to be able to pay the rent and support yourself? It was more like, how is the environment? It was seen like something, sort of, I don't know, not, what's the word for it? Um, they were concerned about drugs and stuff like that.
okay.
Is the environment going to be okay? Are you going to be
Yeah.
fine? They were less concerned about the financial aspect of it and more about the that kind of thing. Especially because I grew up. I was born in Milan, but I grew up in Sicily, and it was a fairly how should I say? Well, it was very similar in a way. It was a small place. It was very quiet. It was very controlled. And yes, of course, Sicily is known for other types of problems, but it wasn't a big city. And when I was growing up in the 80s, Milan became a huge, especially the 80s, had a very big problem with drugs, with heroin. And so when I moved to do art school, my parents were a little bit concerned about
Yeah.
that. So yeah, but that was the 80s. And by the time I got there, everything was different. And in any case, those are your choices. And I think every environment has the potential to go wrong if you look for it, I think. I don't know, but
Yeah.
yeah, they were very, very concerned about that side of things and less about, are you going to be able to make it? They never questioned that, which was nice in a way. Because I didn't, I could say I could say confidently, I will never do drugs, and not as confidently say I will be able to support myself. So the fact that they were not worried made me feel good about it,
It's
you know.
now that you mentioned that, I'm thinking like the amount of uh, hijinks and uh, drugs and things of the sort when I was in college. There was lots of it. I did not participate. I
Mhm.
was vegan straight edge, so I didn't go out and do a lot. I sort of worked and worked, but um, it is, yeah, the type of student that I get in art school now, and this may be just the students that are in my classes are not so caught up in that as a an escapism method. They don't get into the partying in the same way that they did back in college when I was there. But that's just a generational thing, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah.
Less of them worrying about, or yes, the market itself is maybe a little bit more challenging for them now than what it was when we walked out of school.
Yeah.
That they're fighting against AI and all these other variables that they can't lose focus in the same way that we once could. Is there do you have, you said your son, right? Do you just have the one son?
Yes.
Is he artistic?
No, not in the slightest. He will be an engineer, so he took the other side of the science thing, and he's very funny though, and he did theater for many years, so maybe he's creative, but in a different way. He's got that. He likes stories, but not the art side of things.
The drawing aspect.
Yeah, no. And I think you can tell when someone is into drawing very early on.
Yeah, my son is the same way. Like he's probably engineering long term, the direction he's going, and I'm okay with that. But he definitely does not have the same interest in art that his mother and I do. But that's okay, because as I've said, and maybe relates to you as well, is I need someone to retire off of his earnings. I need someone to be afloat when I'm old and decrepit, and he'll make more money probably doing engineering or something of the sort than he would as an artist. So I'm good with that. I'm very good with that.
Me too. I always tell him, I'm fine. I know I won't have to support you for the rest of my life, and that's wonderful.
Yeah. Like you will get a good job probably out of this. How old is your son?
He will be 20 in July. So
he's
how old is yours?
He's gonna be, or I was about to say he's gonna be. He just turned 12, so he's got a ways to go.
Yeah.
But he's going to be wise by the time that he gets to that stage of life. We will see. Was with all the books that you're making, and you said you were in a small town, do you get out and get to see kids interacting with your books?
Yes, I did recently because the French series that I mentioned to you has recently got an Italian edition, so that was nice. They asked me to go to the bookshop and do a little presentation. I was terrified, but yeah, that was fun. It was the first time. It was actually the first time that I got to interact with kids. Hopefully, I'll get to do more. I don't know.
Did it go okay?
Yeah, it was cool. They were so sweet. The thing is, I'm not so used to interact with younger kids anymore. So I was kind of, okay, I know that they will say everything that comes through their minds, and I will have to be
There's no
cool about it.
That's inappropriate or that's not okay to bring up in those situations. I have a school visit tomorrow that I'm going to do, and I'm making some of that, like, how much do you make and how old, kind of question.
What about the teaching? What do you enjoy about teaching?
Well, I'm teaching college age, so
Yeah.
that is somewhat helpful in the sense of there's less of a age gap or trying to figure out how to make kids understand what's going on. There's still the challenges. Well, you said, what do I like about it? And I start to immediately go into challenges. I love the aspect of being in an environment where there's lots of people making and discovering.
Yeah.
You get to see, especially the school that I teach at is, and they know this, and students know this, that it is not a top tier school.
Mhm.
Sense of like every student that is going there is the best artist in their area or things of the sort. But what's really interesting is because they are coming from um, they may be coming in with not a lot of art knowledge. What's really nice is by the time they leave, you can see a huge dramatic improvement
Mhm.
because they're not sort of just refining what they know already. They are
Yeah.
picking major skills, and in the end, become fabulous artists and can compete with any other um, artist that's out there. So there's not like there's some some discrepancy in the sense of like they are uh, weaker in the end because they came in potentially with less art skills. I think it's a matter of just over time they get better and better, and you can visibly see that skill. So that is a huge reward that comes out of it. But like I said, it's challenging, especially in the industry where it is now. The scare factor of stuff like AI and the expectation that you're putting in a lot of money to college and with
Mhm.
return from it is always a challenging question that has to be addressed sort of on a
Yeah.
day. Um, and so my perception of what needs to be taught has changed. Whereas I think early on it was very skill, like you need to learn this painting technique or you need to learn this
Mhm.
methodology to make your work better. And now it's become more like how do you make it as an artist independent of your artistic ambitions?
Mhm.
Um, so I don't know. I enjoy it. Let's put it that way. I've been doing it 20 plus years, and there's a reason
Mhm.
why, and it has to do with the fact that it's enjoyable.
Yeah.
It just
Yeah.
it is. Have you taught before?
No, I never did. I don't know if I would be able to. That's one of the things I've always wondered. Um,
What do you mean
because I'm always
like not not ready for it, or when you say be able to, what do you mean?
um that I'm very much focused on what I do, and I don't know if I would be able to share it or to explain it in a way
Okay.
that is useful to someone else. Um, I mentioned before my teachers and the studio that I went to for 3 years, more or less, and they were obviously three very different people, and I've learned different things from each of them. But the huge difference, you could see the huge difference in one of them. He was really the one who could tell you, explain it to you, how to tackle a problem or how to solve maybe a mistake that you made, or how to organize the work.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was the quiet one, the one who would not,
Yeah.
yeah.
Who not speak
And
up otherwise, but when they crit hard.
yeah, yeah. But in a way that, they do it with love, with respect, in a way that you learn from it, and that was huge for me. I mean, I don't know if I would be an illustrator today without that experience, without Franco teaching me. I don't know. Maybe I'd be a pastry chef or something else. That was huge for me, and I've always wondered if I would be able to do it, because it's not something I give for granted. I think many people can do illustration only if you can teach and be really great teachers. So
Well,
I have huge respect for that.
I bet you would be way better than you're giving yourself credit for. Uh, without even without even knowing what you'd be like in a classroom, your skill set and your experience alone is enough to sort of like that any student would be lucky to share or get knowledge from you in the same way. But one of the things that I've stressed to people who have never taught before that are interested in teaching is that you can't expect to be the teacher that you had in school. You can't expect to be the same as what was previously your experience, because you're not going to take advantage of what you do best. And so, like, going through and saying that you want to be like a specific teacher might be very, very challenging and hard, because you're always kind of comparing yourself. Just like as an artist, I imagine the same thing happens for a lot of folks. If they start to compare themselves to their heroes,
Mm-hmm.
in turn, they're always comparing themselves to someone who's, steps ahead or potentially has a different experience and may not have the same background in some way. And so I bet you'd be fabulous.
I don't know.
Don't cut yourself short.
No, I've always been curious though. Yeah.
I bet you right now, listening to this or watching this, is someone who goes, you know what? I would take a class with Gaia. I bet you.
Not with this thing that I am just swinging. I should have done something this morning. It was one of those. Yeah. My excuse is that I've been doing amends on a book. So.
What? How do you? So speaking of like that, the thing, or that you're making something that you don't know exactly where it's going, and I'm not saying, in no way am I saying that it's a bad image of any sort in this statement, but how do you know when an image isn't working for you?
Like right now?
I'm not. I, like
No, yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I'm just not, well, if it's something for work, while you work on it, that you could have done something better,
yeah.
or you get an idea at a later stage. So that's usually quite obvious to me. Otherwise, right now, I know I don't like this color, and it's when it doesn't work. So it's one of those. Oh, Chipche. Sorry. Let's
is
try to shift it. Go.
is there is there a lot of work that gets trashed or buried because you don't like it?
Mm, yeah. I like lately. I don't know if I told you this. I'm trying to learn how to print. Like I use a lot of Tetra Pak to print stuff. I have a small printing press,
Okay.
and that's all completely. Now I'm learning mezzotint, and it's all new for me. It's I've never. I took a class ages ago, but I don't have a lot of experience. So a lot of paper gets thrown out. Now I'm saving it because it's mixed with ink, and I want to make other paper from it.
Yeah.
Turn it into a pulp and play with it. But yeah, there is a lot of trial and error in printing, and a lot of stuff that I throw away and never show.
Is there a secret stash somewhere in your space, your studio? We'll never.
There's the ugly drawer.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's not. It's the ugly trash can. It's the ugly drawer.
Yeah. It's the bottom drawer of the place where I keep all the paper, and yeah, that's where the ugly stuff goes, or the paper that I want to keep to make other paper and stuff like that, because then I feel bad about throwing it away.
No.
It's expensive. Paper is expensive, so.
I used to buy the cheapest of materials because of that idea of like, it's easy to throw away, but I've also realized, even recently that if I buy a little bit higher quality material, I don't have as many problems or don't have to fight them as hard as I once did.
Mhm.
I work with illustration board, and I just recently started buying the extra thick illustration board, and it makes life so much easier.
Yeah.
So I think I'm leaning that direction going forward for some time now. It's gonna be hard to use the cheap stuff again of some sort.
Yeah.
Um, I gotta figure out what color to make this last camel that's poking. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure where I'm going with this. I'll figure it out as I go along. But with you know, it sounds to me like, especially having the press. When you say a press, what kind of press is it that you have? Do you know the name?
It the brand, you mean the brand?
Yeah.
Uh, it's an Italian brand called RGM,
Okay.
and yeah, they make
I'm
this really small. I mean, they make different size presses. Some are like professional stuff, but I don't have the space, so mine is very small, and you can only print up to A4. So, but it's weird because it's in my living room. So the people will come in, look at this thing, and they go, "What is this exactly?" It's my printing press,
what size
and
A4? Remind me real quick. I'm trying to like. What is that?
it's up to like 21 centimeters time 29, like a regular piece of paper. I can't print larger pieces.
So it's like a letter.
Yeah, yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah,
I found
yeah, yeah.
this not this summer, not the one that we're sort of heading into, but last summer, that those sizes, I didn't know what A1 versus A2 versus A3 and down the line, and I found out that they're just halves of each other, and
Yeah.
it's so much smarter and so much easier than every measurement outside of America is so much easier, like centimeters and all that stuff, and then to find out A1 is what, twice the size of A2, and
Yes.
it's twice the size of A3, et cetera, down the line. It's like, why do we have this dumb system of inches we hold on to? Because it makes it so easy to like to know dimensions outside. But you know, we do it the way that America's always going to do it.
But that's not as bad as a baker. That's not as bad as the baking measurements. Sometimes I use recipes from the internet, and it's all cups and teaspoons and stuff. I'm like,
Yeah. How
why?
many teaspoons or how many teaspoons are in a tablespoon? How many tablespoons are in a cup? How many
Yeah,
are in a quart? How many quarts are in a pint? How many pints are in a gallon? And they're all variable. It's not like it's everything's divided by 4. It's
yeah.
yeah. It's whoever made these decisions long ago didn't think about others and how it would affect them in some way. With my wife asked, I'm going to answer real quick one part of it. She asked what brand of watercolor. I think. Oh no, not watercolor paper, but what kind of watercolor or what kind of colors are we using when you're making there?
These are Schminke. Oh, wait.
Minka. Okay.
Show you.
Okay. Okay.
And the yellow, I think maybe the yellow was Daniel Smith. Yeah.
That's the name. Oh, I was trying to remember the name Daniel Smith the other day, and I could not for the life of me remember that name. The one where it's like on a piece of paper, or like they give out little sample sheets of their watercolor,
Yeah.
like little dab on a piece of paper,
Hmm.
and use that and sort of stretch it to be your paint, or you can buy tubes of it. And I wish I could remember that at the time because I was trying to describe it to someone.
It's beautiful. It's one of my favorite brands. And it used to be very difficult to find it here. Now it's easier now. So yeah,
The
I love the color.
the Schminke is one where that one's hard to find around here. Like you can find Daniel Smith stuff. Is it Daniel Smith? Is that what you said? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's made in America. I'm not entirely sure, but or England. No, I think it's
No, I
American.
think it's
Then
yeah. Um, but the Schminke, you can find watercolor periodically, like at art stores. But if you go out to like any sort of like mom and pop shop, most of the time they're just going to have
Mhm,
big brands, the uh, Liquitex or Winsor Newton or the classics. Let's put it that way.
mhm.
Um, but there's lots of great. When I ask that question all the time of sort of what material, what brands are you using, it's relatively easy in the States to kind of guess what direction someone's going to say, but when it's Europe, it can be sort of all over the place, the choices, because like different brands depending on what region you're in, and they're not all accessible in the exact same spot.
Yeah.
Um, when I was in Ireland, um, there was some brands that I recognized, but then when I was in France, they asked me for the event that I was going to do, like, do I have certain materials I would like? And I mentioned some brands, and they couldn't even find them anywhere. Um, so American of sorts. But
That's a typically French, though. I laugh because I always make fun of my French friends and the fact that they have their own things, and most of the time they're excellent things. I mean, when you go there and I don't know, they have this brand of pastels that are made in Paris that are wonderful. But yeah, they're very proud of what they make, and rightly so. But sometimes there's also a certain element of snobbishness attached to it. So I make fun of them all the time.
and how wait okay, so here's my question: how do you make fun of them if they have these like elite brands? Are you like, oh man, that stuff's so good that what?
No, it's usually the thing of course you don't use anything else, you don't even try. This is great, this is wonderful, and we come here and we buy the pastels, and you don't need to buy other brands. But have you ever tried something different?
Yeah,
That kind of thing.
yeah.
Um,
What is
and and
your risk, your challenge if you're always staying with the high quality stuff of these these French brands? Um, I didn't even when I was over there, I didn't get a chance to go to an art store, and I would have loved. Like one of the things that when I was in school, there was a European honors program where people would go spend a year
Mhm.
in Italy. And one of the things that always impressed me is that they would the town they were in, I forget what it was, but their access point for materials sometimes for their paints was just pigments, and they would
Mhm.
make their own paints. That was so cool. And now, like, what a pain! I would not want to have make my own paint. But at the time, it was like that's so like artsy and like sophisticated.
And
And now,
French.
what a way! What a way!
They're going to kill me tomorrow. I can't. I must stop, or I'm going to receive so many messages.
You keep trashing us. How dare you?
Yeah, but that's okay. They can tease me because my French is terrible, so
You're
we're
stealing
cool.
French words from them, so you got them there too. You're getting
Yeah, yeah.
all their contracts. You're getting. Um, like they're not hiring you; they're hiring me, and I don't even live in the country. Um, with thinking like long term, I know you said that like one of your goals is to sort of work on your own stuff and things of the sort. But are there certain other artistic goals that you have throughout time that you you look at and go like, oh man, I would love to do A, B, or C, whatever it may be. Um, And, like the equivalent of, if you're getting into printmaking, would you ever want to add print to some of your books?
Yeah, I would love to. Right now, I can't. I mean, I don't have the skills to, but yeah, it would be cool. That would be really, really cool. I've seen some beautiful books made with lino cut and different things, and they're very beautiful. I don't know if I will ever get there. That's just a hobby for me, something to yeah to do when I don't have to draw for work. So I don't know if I will ever be as good as to use it for work, but it would be really, really cool. I don't know if that's a goal. That's not strong enough to be a goal, let's say.
And
It's maybe just, yeah. And I'm afraid of setting it as a goal because sometimes I lose interest. So for now, it's okay to keep it there.
but
But
you
yeah,
can only do
but
you can
secretly,
only
yeah.
do a book that's A4 size. At the,
Yeah, exactly. One page at a
yeah,
time.
you got,
Uh,
you got to get a bigger press if you want to do a book at some point, because otherwise,
yeah.
doing single pages, you can never do a spread. And it's real. Um, I have a weird question for you, and maybe you can answer this. But um, one of the challenges that I have, and since you work traditional on stuff, you may run into this as well. How do you deal with the scale in which you work um,
Uh,
versus the finish? Like right now, I'm working on a book that I'm doing in collage, which means I need a relatively big piece of paper or surface to work on, and I'm ending up having to do something that's almost 30 inches wide, and my desk is crazy big. Well, I like to work bigger than the final print,
mhm.
and so that 30 inches wide sounds ridiculous, but it's I think maybe 150% the size of fish. But I'm wondering, sort of like, how do you deal with scale? Are you working to scale on your?
Um, yeah, usually I do. I prefer to work small, but I realize that if I work too small, then there are details that will drive me nuts. So lately, I try to draw to scale. My biggest issue is not the drawing itself, it's the rest of the process. Like I have an A4 scanner, so double spreads needs to be scanned
Yeah.
twice, half a page, and then I don't know how do you do it? If do you ever like do you outsource it? Because I couldn't find a professional place that does this type of work. So I can only do it at home.
Yeah.
And
I do all my
yeah.
home, but I end up doing about 8 to 10 scans per piece because,
Oh, okay.
but
Yeah.
Photoshop Automate puts it all back together in a way that you don't have to do any of the work.
Yeah, I had issues with that. I don't know if I was doing something wrong, but some of the work, maybe, if you do multiple scans, not just two,
Yeah.
that will work better than just two. Because two, I found some difficulties with the overlap. It wasn't exactly right. Going back to the sketch, it wasn't matching. But maybe I should have done at least four pieces, and that would have been
I,
better because
I really only need probably like 3 or 4 scans, but I do about 8 just to make sure I have enough overlap. So
Mhm.
it doesn't shoot. And then the other thing could be one of the things I have found is it's not very good if your palette is relatively similar across the board, or like if you're working in black and white, it's
Mhm.
a hard time understanding it because it's trying to judge based on value and on um, pixels next to pixels. But if there's multiple things on that shot in that area that have that same value or contrast, then you run into it.
Yeah. Um, I don't know. There's also an issue with the fact that, yeah, scanners seems to be like harder to find now.
Oh,
I mean, it's not some. It used to be quite common to get different types of. I don't know. If you look like a brand like Epson, it used to have a range of scanners
oh,
from
yeah.
cheaper to more professional. Now maybe you get two.
Yeah.
So yeah, now I'm like, okay, I need to invest now in a new scanner because I don't know if in 5 years they'll still make them.
Yep.
So I'm like, okay, let's change the scanner now. And they used to have a beautiful A3. They were massive and super expensive, and now I think they don't make it anymore. Like there's like 4 people who bought them,
Well,
and
an A4 or an A3 is like twice the size of an A4, right?
of a letter. Yes.
They do make them, but they cost thousands of dollars,
Yeah.
like 300 or 400 US dollars. It's, we're talking upwards of like $2,000.
Yeah.
This is the advantage of being a teacher is we actually have multiple of those around campus. So if I really need to scan something big, I
Mm-hmm.
can do this and hop on one of the scanners. But it's also the problem of just lugging a bunch of artwork around. So most of the time I just do it at home,
Yeah.
piece it together.
And you were mentioning like $2,000. It's actually all the tech stuff, especially Apple and all that kind of stuff is so much expensive. It's more expensive here than it is over there. So yeah.
Okay. Well, you gotta find someone stateside that can ship it to you. Or
And then I will pay the difference in customs.
yeah.
So
Well, bring it in a suitcase.
hidden.
Yeah. Find some way to get it across the ocean without having to pay those crazy fees. Uh, if I ever come to Italy here at some point, I want to go to the book festival there in Bologna. If I ever come,
Yeah.
I'll email you ahead of time and say, do you want a big old scanner? If you can cover the weight of the luggage fee, they'll be over the weight limit. But if you cover that, you got yourself a scanner.
Okay. You should come though. It's fun. Bologna is always fun.
I wonder have you been multiple times?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
What do you,
I
does the whole town fill up? Like all the
you
hotels and
yeah.
do you have to book
Yeah,
everything?
it's kind of crazy now. It wasn't as bad years ago. I started going when I was still in art school, so every year we would go there, especially because at the time, without the internet, the book fair was the only way to see what was being published elsewhere. Sometimes we would not get the books coming from the US. Now you see all the things that you have already seen on social media.
Yeah.
And it's fun because you meet the people and that's wonderful. But that's also I think one of the reasons we have less of a variety in styles. At the time, the fact that we were all so separated, um, every country was quite recognizable. They had a certain taste, a certain flair. You can still see that, but not as much as before because social media, I think, kind of influences, especially the younger artists, in a certain direction. There was this big, huge, the Disney, the retro style that was huge like 10 years ago, and everyone was doing that, and you could see it at the book fair. And at the time, it wasn't as bad because we couldn't see what others were doing. So, but yeah, of course, there are
Did,
positive aspects to it too. It wasn't perfect at the time, but it was our way of seeing other books, foreign books. Even within Europe, it was really, really hard for us to see what was being published outside Italy in the 90s. So the book fair was important.
what kind?
And
Oh, go ahead, please finish.
No, yeah, at the time it was not as bad. The, it was strange because every time I say this, people say, "Oh, well, I can't believe it." It used to be huge. It used to be almost twice as big as it is now, but with a much smaller audience, less people, um, less visitors. So it wasn't a big deal to find like um, a room last minute. Now you need to book like, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ahead of time. Otherwise, you just won't find a place to sleep in Bologna during the book fair.
Yeah, I mean
And
that's my worry, honestly, is like I would love to go, but I don't know if I would know early enough that I'm going uh, to actually be able to book the locations and or find a Airbnb or something of the sort. Is I need I need to be more flexible than that, I think, at this point, and so getting over there is going to be hard. But that's a goal. I know my wife and I have talked about even as an anniversary gift to each other of making our way over there to that to experience the festival. In fact, wait, we just had our 20th last year. We're on our 21st. We were thinking on our 25th of trying to another few years of making our way over there. And then you get the dinner that you've been dreaming of for so long. And I'm gonna bring it over, and it's gonna be glorious. Uh, 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 Speaking of sort of the differences of what you had access to, one of the questions I like asking people, and maybe it's too formulaic to ask this at this point, but the books that you grew up with are probably very different than the books that I grew up with. One being stateside, but also the market here is maybe a much more broad, like bigger market, just because the states are bigger and they bring in stuff from overseas, maybe a little bit easier, or it flows one direction potentially easier. And I'm wondering, what kind of books did you grow up with? Did you have access to a lot? Were your parents library folks that would go out and get on a regular basis?
no, not really. They were not library folks, but I had my granddad who was a huge reader.
Okay,
So
the, the
um,
same one that collected comics.
yeah, yeah. And so he had all sorts of books, and he bought books just for us kids. So my children's books all came from Granddad. Most of them came from Granddad. And many of those, he would buy books for us to take home, but he also had a small corner with all kids' books for me and my cousins, and that was really, really, really cool. And as we grew older, he would pass on other stuff, So I read a lot of classics, from classic fairy tales to the usual, like Three Musketeers or um, mm, what what's the Monte Cristo
Okay.
Count of Monte Cristo,
So, yeah.
um, Moby Dick, which was a huge book. It took me all summer. Um, all sorts of things. And then he was a big, huge sci-fi guy, so he had um, like a shelf with all these, sci-fi things, which were not like huge literary stuff. They were more like a pulp fiction type of books.
Yeah.
But he would put a grade on the thing, so we could go there and choose all the tens and see, and read all this stuff. And yeah, he was a huge influence in that sense. And I remember when my younger cousin, my aunt would complain because she would go home with books from Granddad and she would read the book to her, and my cousin would go, "No, you're reading it wrong. This is wrong. This is not the right story."
Uh-oh.
This is not how granddad
Yeah.
reads it. Because my granddad would, sit with you and do all the voices and add stuff that wasn't in the text. So my cousin was very disappointed when it wasn't granddad reading the story to her, which was really great. It was like having a story time at home, and yeah. I think it also made us all readers in a way because it was fun.
He like his help in that, or the his experience made, like, in other words, were you a reader because of him in particular, or because of that environment?
I think it was easy. It made reading accessible and fun and easy. It wasn't a school thing. Many kids start to associate books with school. And, if you don't get as many at home, or if your parents don't have the time to read them to you, you associate reading with learning, which isn't always the case.
Yeah.
It's not the most important thing. And you associate it with something fun, with something you do with other people. Because for me, it didn't start as a lonely activity. It was something I did with my cousins and with him, or even if I was reading on my own, we'd be all together with the books. So I think we became readers for that reason, because it wasn't a learning experience. It wasn't associated with school.
I mean, reading, yeah, there is a point in everyone's life, I think, where they start to separate reading from textbooks, or from the pain of school. Let's put it that way. I know that, like, now that I'm older, the types of books that I enjoy reading are different than the type of stuff that I would get in school. But also, I can pick and choose, and the choices I make. Like right now, it's basically kids books. Like I don't really outside of kids books. But even if I did, I wouldn't read a lot of real hefty novels. I'd read things that are like science based, or stuff that maybe are not the typical, like, folk tales or historical literature that everybody relies on. School. So there's the aspect of reading changes as we get older. Do you do a lot of reading now?
It depends on the period. Sometimes I read, sometimes I don't. I'm reading more now because I signed up to a book club.
Yeah.
So yeah, I do every month. I have a book, and that's cool. That's
What
fun.
kind of book club are we? Is it a romance book club?
No. It's kind of mixed. We read different things. We just finished what's it called in English? The Gunners, or the Gunner's House, or something like
I don't
that.
know that one.
It's very much like Stand By Me or The Big Chill,
Okay.
that kind of vibe, which is kind of nice. It was, a bit nostalgic and sweet. Friends that meet again, that were very close as they were growing up, and then they meet again as adults, and everyone's life has changed. And yeah, I enjoyed that one, and it's a good way to leave the house and go out one night a month and talk
I
about books.
find people in town to read books with.
Yeah, I joined, and then I found out they're all women. In fact, I was worried because I thought, well, if this is all romance stuff, I'm not sure if I'm going to like it. But no, yeah. They also read before I joined. They also read. I I have an issue finding the title in English, Blue Roads or something like that. It's an American
Yeah.
author. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. It's mostly American literature, so it's fun.
Yeah. We I forget who it was that I had on at one point whose wife was into like the cheesy romance novels, and I made so much fun of her in the back. She wasn't even participating in Gab'n Doodle, and I was just laying into her for reading. But the company I used to work for in animation years and years ago was Harlequin, which is known for making romance novels. Uh, and I have done covers actually for Harlequin, but not for romance novels, for something else. For like they do mystery novels and things of the sort, and so I've done other stuff. But romance, you know what? If it gets people reading, who am I who am I to say that it's better one way or the other? Um,
Is your wife an illustrator? Because you mentioned that she has an interest in art and.
she went to school for painting and illustration, and we met working at an animation studio. And then she has since not been able to work because of some medical issues. But she is art adjacent at this point. Is probably the best way to put it. And she is very, very good at analyzing, and she would make a very good art director, for sure. At this point, probably better than I ever could. And so she is my producer. We've been referring to her as for this show, for the Gab'n Doodle show. She's the one that helps like arranges guests and keeps track of the calendar and things of this. And so sometimes, and I will admit this on here, sometimes when we have guests, they are talking because it all comes from my account, but she sort of helps co-manage the account. And so sometimes it's like, oh, I'm too busy to send out an email saying, hey, we're going to meet at this time or something of the sort. And she'll be nice enough to send that email or send that DM for me. And so sometimes it be me, or especially on days where I'm teaching, because I can't keep an eye on it. I'm in the middle of class. And so sometimes I've had students go in the middle of class, look at me and go, so you were just posting stuff in the middle of class to your Instagram? No, not me. It's my wife. And they just, she's essentially my assistant, but more likely she's my producer. That's a better way to put it. So
That's great.
so yeah, she's got an art background at this point, and so she's the one.
Good.
Go upstairs with an image, and I go, "Do you like this?" And she goes, "Well, you can't really see that one thing in it." I'm like, she got me. She called me out on stuff that I wouldn't actually see immediately. So with thinking about sort of your history growing up, was there a book in particular that was the star, that was the thing that like you own to this day, or that is your like the one that you had to share with your son when he was little?
Well, there are several. One is certainly Calvin and Hobbes, which is not Italian at all. But yeah, Calvin and Hobbes was like very, very big for me, and it became big for him because, yeah, I had all the books. I came back from the States with all the Calvin and Hobbes books because it was still being published in the paper, in the newspaper
Yeah.
when I was living there. So. Yeah, we'd wait for the paper, and that was one thing. I was a huge, huge fan, and I know now it's controversial and everything, but I absolutely love Tom Sawyer. I think I've read the book like, I don't know, five or six times when I was a kid. And
I
yeah,
don't remember what's the controversial. I assume it has to do with race.
yeah,
Is that,
yeah,
I,
and
I
the use of
I've never read it, so I don't really know the exact sort of variables involved, but I can imagine. Very.
No, it wasn't really, as far as I remember, of course, maybe I should read it again now. Kids don't always pick up on certain things. I think the main critique was more related to the language rather than the type of message, the words that were used and of course that cannot be used now.
Oh,
And rightly so. Yeah, it was more about that, and not about the content of the story. As far as remember now, I may be wrong. We loved a comic. I loved a comic which was from South America called Mafalda.
oh yeah.
Uh,
Go on.
yeah, and the Peanuts. I had a lot of more comics probably rather than book favorites. I loved a book called Giambagasca, which is Italian. It's quintessentially Italian. If you come to Bologna, the one of the big bookshops in the city center that is all for kids is called Giannino Stoppani, which is connected to the book. It's the main character of the book, Giambagasca, which could be translated as Stormy John or something like that. Bugasca is a storm. So because it was, typical troublemaker kid, and it was really, really fun. But yeah, that was Italian. What else?
Well, what does your collection look like today? Do you have a big collection? Is it? I always have people on and I say that, and then they say like, "Well, I've been trying to hone down." I'm like, "How do you do that? I don't understand how you can get rid of books." Or I mean, I know they're donating or they're selling them or something of the sort, but still, we hold on to that kind of stuff so much in our house that it seems crazy the idea of actually thinning out a library of books. But what's your collection look like today?
Oh, there's everything. Another big one for me was always Peter Pan. I think it was my very favorite story as a child, and which is, and my mom would tease me and say, of course it was your favorite. You're a big kid now, so and yeah, so I still have my copy of Peter Pan from that time, and it's a super old and half-destroyed book. No, I have most of my books. I did not give them away at all. Little Women was another big one, and unfortunately, I don't have that one. I think it's the only one I don't have because it was thrown away on accident. I was so mad with when it happened. But yeah, I have most of mine, and I have most of my kids' books. We bought all the new comics, like, I don't know, Hilda,
Yep.
Hilda, Luke Peterson. Yeah, we have the whole collection of that. We have many books. We don't give them away. I probably have more books than I should. They take up so much space, but yeah.
Are you in a house or are you in an apartment?
I'm in an apartment, yeah. So we have stashes of things, and those. If you look at the IKEA where they put stuff all over the place, that's our house. We have books everywhere. So yeah.
That's our I have like a library in my studio here that houses most of the books, but the amount of books that roll through our house on a regular basis and are on the coffee table and sitting near our fireplace, and which we don't use, don't worry, we're not going to burn any books, but the amount of books that roll through this house on a regular basis is ridiculous. I mean, a good way for me, I like it, but I think if anybody would come over, they go, "You have an obsession, and you need to go see a doctor about this," because it is a lot. Do you?
But you can always say it's work. So
Well, Yeah, I can chalk all of it up to our taxes and say that it's, you know, work related, and hopefully get some sort of somewhat of a relief on deductibles
Mhm.
comes to our taxes. But do you? I don't even know how it works in Europe, but I'm wondering, one of the things that we have in the when we do books over here, like I don't know if they do this in France, but because you were talking about royalties and not getting the same sort of aspect on royalties, um,
Mhm.
but we get author copies of the work
Yeah.
working on. And I had some student the other day say like, oh, so what do you get, like a couple of them? And like, no, most of the time we get like 20, 25,
Mhm.
or, but they take up so much space as well. At my
Yeah.
studio, I have boxes of books, and I give them away sometimes, or, I have friends that I sign a copy to. But storage, like I have less of an issue of storing kids' books that I like, and more of an issue of storing the books that I actually worked on, uh,
Yeah.
because I don't necessarily want all of them around constantly. Um,
Yeah.
do you get a lot of author copies from Frank?
Yeah. It really depends on the publisher. But yeah, with the one French publisher I did the series with, they sent so many copies, and they send me the copies of the translation as well, and it's a lot. I had to say, guys, I don't have room for this stuff, and I don't want to throw them away. So yeah, one copy is fine if it's a translation. I love to see, especially the ones with um, the Asian type of different types of languages, like Chinese and Japanese and Korean. Those are always so cool to see because of the different characters.
Yeah, no,
But yeah.
I've had there's one of the books that I've worked on that's been translated. I'm gonna guess. It's part of a series, the Little People Big World
Hmm.
series, or Big Dreams, sorry, Little People Big Dreams. And it's been translated easily like 10 times at this point. And so they send two copies every single time. And it's really fun to see what they are, and to guess, first of all, what language it is. And
Yeah.
if it's regular, or I shouldn't say regular, that's very that's definitely not the way to say this, but if it's a language and character set that I know, I can type it into Google and go like, hey, what country is this from? But then you
Mhm.
Asian market, and I don't know what to even type in. Luckily, I think there's some like photo translators that have helped, but it's always a guessing game of sort of where's this coming from this time? Because
Yeah.
tell me like, oh, this is from this specific market that it's showing up from. Um, do you get a lot of in the bookstores that are near you? Do you get a lot of international books, or is it primarily um, Italian at this point?
No, at this point, we just get the books that are translated. So yeah, many are from other languages. The We get a lot of the cool ones always get an Italian translation.
Yeah,
So yeah, that's positive. That's positive for me when I want a book, and for the kids who get the cool ones. But yeah, you always get many. We were talking about France, but they are a little bit better with translations now. They didn't promote the translation as much in the past. So many of the books that I have are in French, just because I would go there and buy them knowing that they would never arrive in Italy.
yeah,
And yeah, so especially comics, with the festivals and the stuff that they have over there, which is also really cool. I would love to go to and see too. You mentioned animation
hmm
before, and yeah, they have the festival over there, which is really
the,
cool.
the
And
Is that the one you're talking about? Annecy?
Yeah, Annecy.
Yeah. That's I've never have been, but I know a lot of folks that have had work in Annecy and have gotten to travel over to France specifically for that one
Mm-hmm.
show. Do you, with some of the work that you've made, have you had a chance to go and meet with those publishers and with the folks that were involved with the project, or is it something that sort of everything's always been sort of through the internet communication wise and really
No, I got all the jobs in Bologna during the book fair. So
did meet up?
most of the people I've met in person during the fair, and then they call me for the books, and then maybe I met them again the following year. But yeah, it's cool for that. Bologna is really cool for that reason. I don't go now with the same in the same way as I used to go before, because I leave it to Joan, my agent,
Yeah.
and otherwise, it'd be messy, and plus I don't have a reason to overlap what she's doing with, to interfere. But yeah, it used to be very important for that reason to go and meet people, and actually, if they meet you in person, it's easier for them to call you and to remember you, especially if it was a nice chat, or because sometimes if you send an email that maybe they like the artwork, but it's not the same. They won't remember you in the same way.
Yeah.
It's like a job interview at the end of the
Did
day,
you get actual deals while you were there at the festival?
Yeah. No, while I was there, no. But the series I did, I talked to the art director, and he told me, look, I have, stories coming in 2 weeks. If there's something that works for what you're doing, I will call you. And after 2 weeks, he did. So it was and we thought, okay, we'll do this book. It's wonderful. I got a job in such a short time. And we continued for like 4 books after that, because the author was so prolific. So he continued to write, and we continued to make the books. But that was a really strange thing, it's not always
That easy.
that easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of agent, here, hold on one second. I'm going to sharpen a pencil. It's going to be noisy. Oh, no, that didn't sharpen it. Hold on one more second. There we go. Speaking of agent, how did you get your agent? Was there, what was the process of landing your agent?
Ah. I had so many agents.
Okay,
Oh
so
my gosh.
let's pick one. What was the planning? One of your agents.
Joan is my current she's my current agent, and she's great. So it's cool. It's easy to talk about Joan. We started following each other on Twitter, and I had a story, I had a dummy book with a text in English, because see that we were talking about writing stories and stuff, and yes, I start with the dummy book because it's easier for me, but there's also no, it's not as easy to write in a different language. Italian uses so many words, and picture books need to be snappy and easy, and a fast language, which is also less easy is not the word. It has to have some sort of sophistication to it. It doesn't have to be bland. I don't know how to explain this, but for someone who is not American or English, you can speak English and have a conversation like we are today, but writing a story is different. There's always an element of your own language that seeps in, and Italian is so much more convoluted than English. So I find myself constantly changing the way I phrase things. But going back to Joan, I had this, I had this dummy book, and I sent her a tweet saying, "Look, I have a book with a ghost. Can I send it over to you?" And she speaks Italian, but I didn't know at the time. And she said yes. And yeah, that's how she signed me almost immediately. We were not able to sell that story, that
Yeah.
specific story, but we sold the following one, and that was really, really cool. And it was also one of those things, when you work well with someone, when they, she's completely different from me. I'm always here doing my thing and drawing, and she's very funny, she's very bubbly. I'm quite shy as a person. But she gets me. She understands how I work and how to push me in the right direction when I'm working on a project, which is wonderful. And it's an experience that I didn't have with previous agents. You understand when you're working
Yeah.
well with someone. So
You just sort of I would describe as you vibe with.
yeah, we vibe.
You get each other.
Despite
There's not a lot
yeah.
of effort that has to be made in order to make it work of some sort. With the agencies that you've had before, not that I want you to name names or anything of the sort, but was that excuse me, was that because of working in the natural science thing? Was that leaning more towards that with those agents, or was that something
No.
sort of a separate um, sort of approach? Like, what was that kidlit essentially? Is the question.
Yeah, it was always Kitlit. I ended up doing the Atlas always through Twitter. I don't know if you know this, the Flying Eye books. It's the same. It's run by the same people who do comics like
No,
No Brow.
yep.
Yeah, you didn't know?
No, I do know the one. I have been a big fan of No Brow for ages, and then found out that they're the same folks that do
Yeah.
all, because they do Hilda and they do all those.
Yeah. And they reached out before Flying Eye existed. They reached out saying, we are launching this kids stuff and we want an atlas. Are you up for it? And I said, yes, of course. That was really strange. I had like one map with seabirds in my portfolio, and that was it. No other animals, nothing. So it was one of those really strange things. And then they launched Flying Eye, and yeah, it did really well. But yeah, at the time they were just the no brow folks, and they had this really tiny comic book shop with the publisher upstairs. So it was all a very small operation, but cool,
You were
incredibly cool to see it.
at the ground floor. Did you make? Did they let you into all the like financial gain they got in that? Did they give you deals with saying, hey, you were right there from the start, and so you deserve a little cut of
No, no. I had my contract with my royalties, and that was it. But yeah, that was cool anyway.
yeah.
And that was I wasn't with an agent at the time because I had many, but in different periods. When I started off, and actually I don't have anything negative to say about agents. I think when I signed with them, they did the best they could with what I had to offer at the time.
Okay.
And my work was not ready for picture books. And you know, they couldn't do more. I started out with To Go, Nicole To Go,
Yeah.
too.
E2
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I did a lot of educational work with her until at some point I said, look, this is not what I want to be doing. And rightly so, she said, well, you need to step it up if you want to do something else. And yeah, so we parted ways, but she did great. You know, she was a great agent for me. It was the right agent at that time. And then, I couldn't do more
I
with what I had.
mean, I had an agent at one point that dropped working with illustrators, and at first I was thinking like, well, I'm bringing in money for him. Why would he stop working with me? And I look back at it now and I go, okay, it's totally understandable the sort of separation. Yes. Yeah. Hold on one second. I got to endorse a check with my wife in the background. Let me find a pen real quick. She's going to the bank, everybody. She's going to the bank.
Going to the bank.
That's a brush. I just need a pen.
Oh,
That's yes, the one I was talking about who's very smart. That's her in the background.
Definitely.
Is that a pencil? No, that's let me see. Hold on a second. Oh no, that's a pencil. Hold on, I don't even. How do I not have a pen in my studio? I have to have a pen somewhere. How is this that hard for me to find? I mean, I guess I can use this.
Yeah, I'll just say.
Yeah, I'll just use that. Okay. There we go. Okay. Now we're back. We're back. She's depositing all the large sums of cash that I make. Yeah. Why are you laughing at that? What's so funny about the idea of me making large sums of cash? I'm
making a terrible artwork though. I'm keeping you here for hours, and my output is just awful. So
it's lovely. You cut yourself short way too many times. We gotta stop you from underplaying the skills that you have. Very, very talented. You wouldn't be on Gab'n Doodle. You wouldn't have the ability to be on the show that I run if you didn't have some major skills.
not on camera, but it's okay. Do you find it easy? I mean, you've done how many episodes up until now?
I've done. My guess is we're up around the 160 range, something like that. What were you?
Yeah, sorry.
What were you gonna ask?
Do you find it easier to work, to draw, and talk simultaneously now?
I have no issues with it at all at this point, but I don't think that's also solely because of the aspect of doing Gab'n Doodles for so long. I think some of that's also because of teaching.
Yeah.
Being in front of people and doing demos, or there's an aspect of just performance that comes with teaching that I think sort of ingrained itself in me, wherein I don't have as much of an issue sitting down and chatting while I work. But I do know that it is challenging. I hear it from guests a lot, of sort of like the feeling like they're drifting when they talk, or that they struggle to separate the two and actually make work. And so there's this like stalling out. But I will tell you, I still at certain times forget what I'm saying, or worse, and maybe this is what you're feeling right now, or at least what I'm getting on the vibe, is like I'm talking, but I'm watching myself make something that is not all that exciting to me.
Yeah.
Then you spend, a chunk of time going, well, I made something, I guess, but it's not up to my par. There's a handful of, I think I said on one of these recently, there's a handful of pieces that I made on Gab'n Doodle that will never see the light of day, besides the session. So if you go watch the session, you can see it being made, but it's not going to show up on my feed of any sort, just because it's so horrendous. Visually, it is iffy at best. So, but I think that's commonplace. We all have our good days. We all have our bad days, and I've had plenty of bad. Do you find that you like one of the questions I've asked people in the past is sort of about their um, when to stop, but there's also the challenge of like when to say this isn't working because of some element. And like I look at my work and I say that moment is because I have stopped having fun. Generally, that's when it tells me like, oh, this is no longer a fun project to work on. But I'm wondering, do you have moments in your work that you can look and say like, oh, that's where it really shifted from being exciting to challenging, or like colors go awry, or
Yeah, yeah.
something that really
I think for
happened?
me, it's always colors. For me, it's always colors because we spend so much time on the same illustration. I mean, for me, it's usually like a double spread usually takes from 3 to 5 days. And if it's very, full of details. So, you can tell sometimes you get to a point. Sometimes it's immediately because you make a mistake and it happens. You have this vision in your head and then you put the color on and realize that you know that simply it's not what you
Yeah,
want, or you thought it would work and it doesn't. Other times it's hard because you have already spent so much time on it and you're just not liking it. Simply as that, for me, it's usually, yeah, maybe when I'm not enjoying it, I feel when I find it very difficult to continue, it's because I've made a mistake or because I found a different way that I find more
yeah,
exciting, and I think I should have done this way.
yeah.
I should have taken this other
Well, if
approach, and I
I
didn't.
started with this, I would be so much further along. That kind of like.
Yeah, yeah. Further along or happier, with a better result. So, yeah,
I have, I would say on every piece I've done, every piece, for anybody that's listening, this will be probably heartwarming to hear because it probably speaks to a lot of us. On every single piece I've done, I go through an ebb and flow of this is working, this isn't working, this is working, this isn't working. And like even on the piece that I'm working on now, I feel like it wasn't working, or I feel much better about the piece. I wouldn't say that it's working yet, but I feel much better about the piece when I added a darker blue on the one camel. That made,
hmm
and it's such a simple little thing, but it told me like, oh, I can go much darker with my values across the board on all of these,
hmm
the image, and now I know what kind of range to play in. But until that happened, there was lots of like, oh, I'm not sure if this is going to work out at all. And so eventually we'll get to a point where it all hopefully connects and the image works, but it may not. I may end up with a clunker. Who knows?
hmm
We will find out as I continue to make. I'm trying to put all these baskets of spices in here on this one to get
It's
variety.
beautiful. I'm watching you. I stopped drawing just to watch. I'm cheating big time.
That's okay. I mean, if you feel like you're done too, you can always bow out. I won't be offended. But I one of the challenges that I have is because I'm working on this stuff here, and I end up going the full 4 hours most of the time. I don't really get a chance to see what other people are working all that much until after it's all done, and I'm get to go back and review the footage that it records. Um, so, oh wait, I see a question, a real one. Oh wait, who is the other guy with amateur sketching? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Okay, I saw a question, but I don't know. I don't know what it's actually asking. Um, but
Oh, that maybe is referred to me, amateur
oh,
sketching.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is. There's no way. I'm not.
Okay,
I'm not.
you can always go to my website
Yeah,
and see what I do for a living.
I'm not gonna even. That was talking about you. There's no way. Um,
No, it's a deal, and it's fine. I mean, there's so much on, which is, it's not that off. I am just sketching, playing with colors and stuff, and there is so much on social media now that we all expect from people to perform at the top of, you know,
yeah.
yeah, at the top of their game, and yeah, it's okay.
Do you? No, it's not okay. Um, do you find time to sketch often?
I do actually, well, they're not always um, as detailed. Sometimes they're just like
Yeah.
this. I just,
Like,
need to um, do some easy stuff for myself. Other times I go to the opposite side. I polish too much. Like, yeah, to the point that um, sometimes you get the opposite, the opposite comment.
yeah.
When you post on social media is great for this reason because you get the guy that says, or person that says, that's amateur sketching, and then you get someone else who says, well, this is not a sketchbook. You shouldn't call this a sketchbook because otherwise, and I am flipping through the pages of my sketchbook, because otherwise you will put people off if you post this stuff.
Yeah.
And
I don't.
yeah.
I do not
So,
sketch that much because I'm always afraid that it's going to look like junk. And I know that not all work looks like junk that comes out of a sketchbook, but I have the tendency to sort of my sketches are very crude in comparison. Um, so, anyways, let me see. Okay, so tell me a little bit about your uh, hold on a second. I'm trying to make this cut and I can't concentrate and speak at the same time. Tell me a little bit about your experience with the sort of critique side and the editing stage within the Kidlit world. Or I guess, I mean, even in the natural science world, because I don't even know how that sort of works in the same way. But are you someone who gets a lot of notes, or are you someone who gets very few? What's the take on sort of that level of response and collaborative nature for you?
I think it depends on the project and on the persons you are working with. Some just had, it's hard to imagine something that someone else, how do I phrase this? When you work on a book, you have your own idea. When you read the text, you make your own mind about the characters and how you want to go ahead. And the same thing probably do the editor and the art director. So when you send in the sketches, sometimes it's the same idea. They had a similar idea to what you had, and everyone is happy. Other times you had completely different visions. But sorry, my cat is going crazy in the background. Um, you had very similar visions, and everyone agrees immediately. So it's hard to tell. It really depends on the project.
Yeah.
I don't do well with micromanaging, so if I get too many, yeah, and that, I understand sometimes where certain comments come from. But yeah, I don't really do well. The risk of micromanaging an illustrator is always to make them lose interest for what they are doing. So
Do you take critique? Like I'm someone who, when I get a critique, my first reaction is always like, how dare they? They don't see, they're the problem, not me. And obviously, like, that's not true in a lot of cases. In some cases, maybe it is, but in a lot of cases, it's totally something that I just like. I have not given the thought about, um, or put the time and effort into. And I'm wondering, with the notes, do you get back something where you immediately kind of just like go, oh, how dare they, or
no, I've learned to not to respond immediately. You know, when I get notes, I usually say, okay, I'll reply the following day.
yes,
Because,
yes.
but that's something I've learned only recently. I mean, in the past maybe 10 years. I used to be very, very, very annoying and yeah, um, a bit, maybe even a bit arrogant at the time, you know, when I was younger.
Okay.
Uh, Now I try to see the value in what they are saying, and see if I can meet them, if they are actually right. I really do my best effort. Sometimes I can't. You know, some comments are just not, I don't know, not exciting or sometimes wrong. I mean, if I am using a color and they ask to make it more blue, you know, that kind of thing. What does define more blue? What is more blue to you? That kind of thing. But if they're making a comment on, let's say, this doesn't read well or this is confusing, then yeah, I try to see why it is confusing to them, because it may make sense for me, but you know, maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I've
that was a hard
I've
lesson.
definitely hit a point where, in like on some of the pieces that I've worked on, um, I need to. I have learned the same thing. Like, I need to stop and not pay attention to it. So when I get notes, sometimes I will let it sit for. I will admit I can't let it sit more than a day before I look at the notes, because it's going to irk me too much. But I do oftentimes let it sit, like the emails sit for a few hours of just like, I'm not even going to look at it. It's not that important right now. I have other things to do, whatever it may be. Um, and then most of the time, it's me misinterpreting what they say.
Mm-hmm.
I misread where I misread, and it says something like, um, uh, uh, a, the idea of like, let's say they say you need to move this character over to the side here because it's getting confusing, or something of that sort. And most of the time, it's me realizing that what they actually said is, you know, that character is confusing because they're looking to the side, not that I'm supposed to move it to the side. And so I
Mm-hmm.
literally read, and then all of a sudden I'm obsessing over how dare they ask a question, or how dare they put it this way, because they don't know anything, or whatever it may be. And if I take the time to actually read through, or get a better mindset before I actually read through the notes, it makes it a whole lot easier to actually understand what's being said in that process. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so uh, the with the notes and the edits, do you end up doing lots and lots of rounds um, of edits? Like, I don't, this is part of this is me talking about, like, I know how things work in the US. I've never worked for anybody besides UK publishers, really,
Mm-hmm.
and Canadian publishers outside of the US. So I don't know exactly what the protocol is, and how what the expectation level is when it comes to notes and edits and things of the sort. And I'm sort of,
Mm-hmm.
you do you have just like a single round of edits, or is that something when you say micromanage? That's what makes me think that I like. Is there
Well,
lots of notes that go back and forth for long periods of time?
um, right now I'm working with Americans, so and I find that there are very long stretches of waiting and then making changes and then making more changes, and that's not something I'm very used to. But this happens also because the books you make over there have much longer schedules. In Italy or even in France, you don't get a ton of time to make a book. You make, sometimes it's like 4 months, start to finish. And yeah,
Okay.
it's kind of crazy, you need to be fast. You need to be, that's why you need to be good at amateur sketching, because you just need to be able to put down ideas very
Yeah.
fast. And however, they don't ask you for a lot of changes. At least it really always depends on the publisher, but you don't get that many rounds of changes. You get maybe a round of comments, and they don't even expect to see the amends. They tell you, do this, do that, and we'll see the changes on the final.
Wow.
So
Okay.
yeah, so that's very fast. That's good for me in many ways because they don't really change a lot of what I am doing. But it also means that sometimes if you make a mistake, nobody is there to catch it,
Yeah.
which is also bad. So yeah.
That's that idea of like not having to check back in after they send the notes. That's so rare, at least with what I've experienced. That it's almost always like send us the revisions before you move on.
Yeah.
And again, it obviously changes depending on publisher and location and things of the sort. But that's sort of fascinating to me. My cat has joined us, or one of my cats has joined us on the table here. He's been a little bit more annoying showing up at various, let's put it that way. Uh, let's see. Da-da-da. So yeah, my it's one of those things. Like I even heard that there's a lot of um, publishers in Europe that tend to, and I don't know if this is 100% true, but I've heard it from quite a few folks, that there's a lot more ownership over a project with some European publishers, in the sense of like you also get to choose what typeface and get to, or are asked to do design work that may not be as common in sort of American publishers. Like I've hand lettered stuff because it was my choice, and I asked to do it, but it's never a like, ooh, I can go and pick out the typeface for a said project without some sort of major push on my part to get that made. When you're working on stuff for, whether it be for France or for England or things of the sort, do you get a lot of say in those kind of moments?
Um, I usually leave the design because I'm not very good at it. So I'm happy if they handle that kind of thing. And then, maybe it's nice when they ask me, do you prefer this or do you prefer this other thing? But yeah, I don't really do any lettering or other types of graphic design. So I'm happy to leave that to them.
Yeah.
And especially because the time is so short, so you need to kind of do everything else in the meantime. I never get to choose the format, which is something that the American publisher asked me. Do you prefer the vertical or do you prefer a square format? That was the first time somebody ever asked me. So I had the opposite experience maybe with American publishers. But yeah, there is more control, and in good and bad, micromanaging is one thing, control is a different thing. And I appreciate if, to have another set of eyes when I draw. Yeah, as long as you don't get to choose the type of blue I use.
The uh, it's sort of interesting to hear people's level of interaction on their experience in this industry and sort of what they've had, because it's going to be different from person to person, and the idea of like your experience with it is going to be very different than my experience and across the board. But it's fascinating to hear sort of at least to me, I don't know, maybe not to everybody, but to me it's fascinating to hear sort of how you've allowed and dealt with the challenges of being an illustrator and the variables that come into play, and having to sort of deal with projects that can be what do I want to say, like challenging or change and ebb and flow on a regular basis.
Mm-hmm.
The I'm trying to, sorry, hold on one second. I got to concentrate. There's certain things I can't talk and do, and some
Mm-hmm.
pattern work, because I'll do right now I'm trying to draw a sort of fringe on the rug that's on this camel, and so I can't like I have to pay attention to that as I do it. With your sort of interest in the natural science, has that always, like, have you, when thinking about the idea of writing, have you considered the idea of bringing the natural science into a narrative story?
Uh, I don't know how much I can talk
Oh, is there
about this, but
something going on in the background then, huh?
yeah, kind of. Not really. We were talking about plants and stuff, and I, in this project that I will be doing with HarperCollins, there is. It's not really science. It's just, the idea of how our planet is changing, or how we can change our
Yeah,
environment,
but
you know?
there's a there's a
Um,
nature element that's hidden.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
gotcha,
That's the,
gotcha. That's
mm.
yeah. You don't reveal too much. Don't give it away, because people need to buy. Uh, you don't want to steal from them. But I got you loud and clear. Once you started to go, I was like, I know what's going. I know what the deal is. I know where you're with it. Um,
Well, I think it's only natural to kind of gravitate towards the thing that
yeah,
we love, we are passionate about. So,
I
yeah.
mean, I'm trying to think if there's like a specific type of illustration that I would like to do at some point that I haven't had the chance to do. Like, I know there was a point where I wanted to do a dinosaur book, or have some
Mm-hmm.
elements, and I've gotten that out of the way now. So now it's like, okay, what's the next evolution that I need to do? I don't know if I want to do construction. Construction vehicles are not it, but I really want to do a book about old people at some
Mm-hmm.
point. And I know that sounds weird, but like something that celebrates old people, not just a book about old people, but like how cool grandparents are, or those kinds of things. I think would be fun to be involved in, because old people are cool. I don't know if you've heard, old people can be pretty rad. Um, do you and uh, forgive me because I this is a dangerous question to ask. Uh, are your like grandparents and stuff still with you?
No, no, no. Not even my parents. So, that's kind of when you were talking about old people, I was smiling to myself because yeah, I agree. They were a big presence for me, both my grandparents and my parents. So yeah, a book about
Yeah.
those things would be
I
amazing.
just,
Yeah. Plus,
oh, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
I don't know how it is in the US, but in Italy, it's very common for grandparents to take care of the kids because maybe parents work all day or even part-time. So here, especially where
Yeah.
I live, at, when kids come out of school at noon, it's mostly grandparents picking them up. And
Oh, are you there? Oh, hopefully that's not on my end. Can you hear me okay? Hello? If you can hear me, check your battery level. That's generally what does it, is a thing saying your battery is low. Gaia, can you hear me? I can see I'm on. Oh no! We lost her. Hold on a second. I'm gonna try to get her back. Let me finish painting something here. Um, hold on. Let me see if I can get Gaia back on. I wonder if battery died of some sort. We'll see. Cross our fingers. Cross our fingers. How's everybody doing? Well, we wait. Um, as a side note, for those who are watching, I will state, and Matthew Bergs, thank you for commenting on this. But there was someone who was in the chat who is writing some things that were not the nicest, and they have been blocked. Um, I, I did not appreciate someone coming in and chatting about someone's work like that. And so if you ever see people, because I can't always keep track of the comments, but if you ever see people with comments that are challenging, to say the least, let's put it that way, feel free to call them out or to tell me that I need to block them or get rid of them. My feed's blurry now. It looks like. Is my feed blurry, everybody? Can people let me know if my feed is blurry? Is it just my internet, or is it the export from my house that's becoming the problem? I'm waiting to see if there's anything in the response here. Thornock Studio says my feed is blurry. Okay, so here's maybe what I will do. I will stop here. I will upload what's here, and then I will jump back on after I upload that and see if I can get Gaia on at that point. So give me, yes, WB8979. Yeah, it was, I just thought it was rude. So they're no longer here. I'm going to leave for about 2 minutes. I'll come back and then I will try to see if I can get Gaia on. If Gaia can't be reconnected, I will continue. I still need to finish the piece. So live again. Hello, everybody. Let me see. Let's hope my feed is not blurry. It seems to be clear, which is awesome. So people hopefully will join back in. I'm going to see if I can get Gaia back in here, and hopefully it's not an issue of no longer having. Oh, I hit the wrong thing there. No longer having power on their computer. Let me see. There we go. Fingers. Pew, 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 pew. It may be literally power ran out and or she lost internet or something of the sort.
no, I don't know what
Oh, there you
happened.
are.
Yes, but I don't know for how long because my phone charger is in.
Oh,
What? It's not charging. Maybe it's not keeping up.
okay. I all of a sudden you disappeared, and I was like,
Yeah,
man,
I'm sorry.
no, it's okay, it's okay. Um, I just didn't know if well, what are we looking at? Is that your ceiling?
I don't know. Wait.
Wait,
Uh,
is it your ceiling? I'm trying to figure out. Oh,
okay.
there it is. There it is.
Yes, it was my
Okay.
ceiling. Sorry. I
So,
don't know why it's not charging. Maybe I have no idea. It's been charging up until now, but now it's like 6%.
okay,
So if I disappear,
okay.
it's
Well,
plugged in. But yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if I mean I don't know what point you're at too. If you are at a point where it makes sense to stop, you can obviously duck out. I'm not. I won't be offended. But oh, there you are. Hello.
Yes. Wait. Hey,
Face pops in out of nowhere.
tech goddess. I'm such a tech goddess.
I like that you just it was just sort of this like head popping in the side for a second.
Yes.
So I don't. Do you want to keep going, or do you want to feel? I mean, it's probably like late there too.
It is 11.
It's 11.
Yeah.
Yeah,
11.
yeah.
My English is starting to feel a little tired, even more so than my hands. You know, you can have the amateur English. It's, it's hard
I
to explain.
I will say I don't know if you heard me say the thing about the person who commented, but that person has been blocked.
No, don't leave them. I'm
Yeah,
cool with this sort of thing.
it was inappropriate to do. Let's put it that way. Whether it
Okay.
was bad or not, for everybody, I didn't like the idea that someone was coming on trying to show off of some sort. But I will say it's probably at this point I don't want to keep you up crazy late unless you want to keep going. You make that call. But if your English is
Um,
wearing out, you've used up all the English words you know.
no, I can still use some English. If I fall again off, it's the phone.
Okay.
I mean, I must be. You were talking about old people. My phone is like 2018. I'm one of those old people who doesn't change technology until it's dead.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay. Are you on a
And
flip
that's an
phone?
old,
Are you
yeah,
It's one of the
almost.
clamshell ones that has to open
Yes.
up. This is rotary. This is yeah, you have you're still using dial-up modem to connect to the
I
internet.
didn't have those because I refused to have them. That was kind of cool. That was, yeah, I
Put
was such a rebel, you know. I don't want a mobile
you
phone.
put it off until it was until there was no other choice. Um,
Exactly.
so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna switch back down to the downshoot. If you want to stay on, you're welcome to stay on. If you need to go, or if it somehow forces you to go, that's a whole nother thing.
No, I
And we,
just wanted to hear about grandparents because that's where I got cut off, and
oh,
I wanted to
I
hear what it's like over
I
there.
was just say, like we have the same setup where it's a lot of times they take care of or help out with taking care of kids, assuming they're in the same area. Like my
Mm-hmm.
parents were not around for our son when he was growing up in the same way because they lived across the country, but that is similar. But the thing that I love, this is gonna sound, the thing I love about old people uh, is the rich stories that are there. That like I feel like as a little kid you don't grow to appreciate them until a much later in life and realize like, oh, there's so much history when they start to lay out like when I was your age we had this and they know all these names and like, well, so and so got married to so and so.
Yeah.
And like that kind of stuff, like in if there's a way to capture that in a book that isn't just sort of a story about a little kid, like that would be something I would love to do. That maybe it's a biography, maybe it's something else. I have this an amazing book that's over here. That's the story about a guy who raised pigeons. I'm trying to remember what it's called.
Mm-hmm.
It's got 7 in the title, and it's a European author. I can't remember from where. Oof. But it starts to have that same sort of idea of like celebrating about. It does have a little kid who like is there learning about the stuff, but it's really this guy's tale of growing up with these birds, and like that to me that's always such a good source material because there's so much history and whatnot. And I was going to ask in particular with being in Italy, the idea of like family and the tight knit family aspect of Italy. Like, I mean, obviously people move, but when I think of Italian culture, family is a huge part of it.
Yeah, yeah. It wasn't. I had a very tight-knit family, even though we were living quite far apart because we moved south and my parents stayed in northern Italy, and my grandparents stayed in northern Italy. So I would see them only like twice a year, but for very long periods of time because I'd spend the summer with them.
Like,
And yeah, and when I moved back to Milan, my grandparents lived like in next door. So I was back and forth from my apartment to their apartment, and it was they were a big presence. And I think it was even more so for us. I mean, I don't know what kind of grandma I'm going to be if I will be a grandparent, but there was a huge difference between my generation and theirs.
yeah,
And of course, my grandparents had a lot of stories about the war. So,
that is,
because my granddad was in the war, and they had all sorts of experiences that we never that it was very hard for us to understand. So, yeah, probably our generation will be different, as if I will ever have grandkids, I won't have huge stories.
oh no. Okay, folks, I think that may be the feed there. Let's see. I'm watching my feed here now to see what happens. That may be Gaia's send off for the night. Um, the timing on that was fascinating there. Just sort of like I'm the huge stories, and then it just died. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna switch to a downshoot. Gaia, if you're watching, give your phone a rest. Give your English a rest. Let the phone charge up, and I will continue on here until I get this piece done. But I want to say, assuming you're watching, or if you get to watch this later, thank you for joining us for the evening. And again, folks, Gaia Bordicchia, I think I got it right. Bordiccia, does amazing work, and go out there and get those books. And then I will switch to my downshoot and I'll keep going. So, I should also do this. I'm going to put in the comments, ask me anything. You can see my camera move around as I do this. Ask me anything. And I will pin that. And then if you have questions about making or anything of the sort, it is fair game to ask. Let's see. There's my sketch right there. You can sort of see what's going on. It's not exact, but that's what we're working on so far. Let me see if I can get this angled just a little bit better. There we go. But if you have questions, I'm going to keep working. I need to do all sorts of detail work and stuff on this. I need to put in all the spices, and I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to do that yet. Because originally I was thinking like, I'll put in some colors, but I have these like really rich colors at one point that I was going to put in there. So like I might put in some, like this I can probably get away with. I can probably put this in some of these as like, let's say something like this, some colors that are in that same sort of warm palette. But there's a threshold in which it's going to become too jarring of a color that I want to be mindful of, sort of how I put them in and where I put them in. Ooh, I like this, like sort of tall. One of the reasons why I like this spice thing, or was playing around with this spice thing, is just the idea of the humps on a camel's back on a dromedary. And so that idea of like trying to get them, why am I bad at cutting that just a little bit smaller? That idea of having multiple little humps of color that are sort of floating in here, I think is kind of fun. But there's a level of like how dark or how crazy I can go with some of these colors and have it still work. Like, I don't know if I can put this purple in, that's probably too much. And the blue, I think is going to be maybe a little bit too challenging. But let's see what other choices we got. I do have some like whites and stuff like that I can add into the mix. So if I come in here and do something like this, that might be able to sit behind that one, right back in the schnoz of the camel behind. I'll have to cut it, but if I did something like that, and then maybe add this brighter pink, I might be able to get away with on one of these. I mean, it's not super bright, but it's bright enough. I might be able to sort of tack into something like this. Let's see, what other colors can I play with? I do have these sort of, I'm trying to use like old scraps too along the way to get some colors that work. And so getting some colors like this that are in there. I just heard noise upstairs. I hope that was my son or my dogs. And if I'm being robbed, I will let you know. I hope I'm not. Let's see. Again, like if I pull something like this, is that too much? I might be able to get away with that. Again, some like sort of, is that too purple for this piece? Maybe not. That might be feasible. I need something that sits up in that pocket too. But I'm trying to, you know, again, just get some colors that are interesting that play into this. And then I was actually maybe going to paint some spices and things, or some colors that are over there that sort of play into the same world. So what kind of questions do people have? How can I help? What can I answer? And if you got nothing for me, then I'm just going to ramble. I'm just going to talk for a bit, and you'll just have to deal with it. And I'll say tough. Tough look. Tough cookies. Let's see. Can I get that in there in some meaningful manner? Is that backwards? I think it is. There we go. The question is, how am I going to make them look like they're spices, or are they just stuff? Maybe they're just stuff. Maybe that's all it needs to be, is just stuff. My nose is itchy. Have I visited somewhere where you saw spice like this? No. But I mean, I've seen enough images of like bazaars and things like that, like Moroccan marketplaces. And my dad, when I was younger, went to India and came back. And one of the things that really fascinated me, like he brought me back some little trinkets and things of the sort. But the thing that fascinated me the most, honestly, was the pictures of the spice markets, because of the color choices that they had and all the craziness color-wise that I had never really seen. And these colors are going to be subdued because I need to make sure I hit the same palette. But what he brought back, some of the photos he brought back were just crazy bright colors and totally fascinating. And, you know, as someone who at the time, I think I was in high school, but, you know, I was looking at going into art and then seeing these colors that were sort of bright and vibrant and sort of something I had never seen in person really sort of excited me as a visual. And so I've always had this thing. Gaia, I see you just said the phone is dead. Sorry. No worries. After you departed there, I did say, and I will say it again, that thank you for joining us today or tonight on your end, that I had a lovely time chatting with you. And as a rule of thumb that I say to most people that are on here, and I will hold this true, if you post that image, tag me in it, because I would love to see a close-up version of it that is not defined by phone resolution, potentially, or the resolution of a the video rather from Instagram, because it can look so much fancier. But thank you again for taking the time to chat with me today, or again, in your world, tonight. And no worries on the phone dying. I've had it happen on my end, where my phone was not charging, so don't fret over it. But go get some sleep. Go get ready for going to Milan tomorrow to buy me those shoes that I want. If you buy me cool shoes from Milan, I will get you the coolest scanner this side of the, I don't know, of this. I was going to say the Mississippi, but that's not right. That can't work in an international format. Yes, thank you. I had a wonderful time, and thank you for joining me. Let's see, can I get maybe another little blue with a grayer blue up in here? It blew up in here. Let's see. I need one to fit in this little pocket. It's too tall. Let's thin that out a little. Make it a little bit more pointed. This side of the GMT, that's right. Greenwich Mean Time, which I still don't understand. Why? I don't quite understand how all that works, but in the sense that, like, the day starts in England or something like that. But does that mean that we're in the US, that we're ahead of Australia? Like, they're just starting the day, or are they just finishing up the same day? I don't understand. All I know is that there's a difference in time, and that I will never understand it completely. Let's see. Oh, I need one to go there. Let's pick a darker color there. They're ahead of us. Wait, well, how does that make sense then, if they're ahead of us, and yet it's... I don't get that. How can Australia be ahead of us, but they're on the other side of the Greenwich Mean Time, like the spot in England that says, here's where they are time-wise, or where they are, like, you know, where the day starts and ends? That doesn't make sense to me. So Matthew Bergs asked a question about the Kidlit art postcard. And does a trend like that, or a hashtag like that, bring in work? And I don't know if it has or not. I have not really tracked that on my end. I have not been asking art directors, like, hey, is that where you found me? I do know that art directors do use it, and I do know that art directors tend to look on Instagram pretty heavily for the work that they hire. And so I would venture to say, even if it doesn't bring in work consistently or anything of the sort, that there's no harm in it. And one of the things, if they're going to be looking for your work on places like Instagram, it makes more sense in a way to use some of those hashtags or devices like that get your work in front of a larger audience than just a singular post, because hashtags are not always the greatest thing. But that is a hashtag that people know. And if they know it, that means that they can sort of, that it is a factor that they can, that you can count on it being somewhat active in some capacity. And so I would venture to say, use it, even if it's not the perfect answer. I have had to be honest, I have not had a ton of work come in from Instagram. I don't think, but again, I'm not asking. There is a couple of jobs that I know I have gotten because of posts on Instagram. But I think for the most part, it's just, putting up good work, and they find you on Instagram and then later on might see your work and go, oh, I would really like to use this person going forward. But I don't think there's like a, hey, this post meant you get a job, if that makes any sense. Let's see if I can get this lined up here. We got baskets of spice and dyes and color. These are all going to be tied down by strings and things of the sort here in a little bit. Oh, and I almost lost that little toe. There, it's getting curled up. Okay, so let's get some of these other colors in. This is the dash to the market. What other questions do we have? How can I help? This stuck down there. There we go. I still have to make lots of little mouths and all this stuff. Yeah, I mean the Matthew Briggs, I see the thing about sort of consistency. Yeah, I think it's gives you something to strive for, and it also is not like just literally like giving you a goal to aim towards on a regular basis. But I also think that the more you post on it, and the more that you get seen, the higher you are up in the algorithm, and eventually that might lead to work. There's all sorts of like advantages to participating in something like that. And there's other ones. There's like portfolio day that I forget when that one is, but it's maybe not as frequent as the Kidlit Art Postcard Day. But again, I think that any of those that sort of get you making work that can be seen by others and is a known hashtag. Like I won't go and pick some weird one that people have never heard of, but Kidlit Art Postcard is well known enough around the world at this point, and amongst art directors, I think it's probably a safe bet. So let's get that in here. Okay, so let's draw some of these other factors in. So what I want to do is let's get these. I'm trying to figure out what color I should do this in, because I don't know if I want to do it as dark sided, as dark as black. But let's see, maybe I can. Get that in here and then sort of tone it down after the fact, so it's maybe not as pure. Sort of soften it with a little bit of white there and then come back and whack in. Actually, you know what? Maybe I'll just do it with paint. Maybe I'll do it with paint. Let's see. WV879. I just turned back on a bit late. No way. Gaia is not going to be able to rejoin. I kicked her off. I said, no more Gaia. No, Gaia's phone died. There's no more Gaia phone. And so they will not be joining us. So if you were coming for Gaia and you don't want to stay for me, I totally get it. It's okay. But yeah, they're not going to be hopping back on. Yeah, there's no people in this piece. It's just camels moving towards it. I'm going to chalk up to the camel here has the person on it. And that's that. They don't get to have a person in this scene. You don't need a person. Persons are for losers. Here we go. Let's see if I can make this. I'm trying to make it like darker version of what's there. So when I come back in here and put this line in, it's just not as substantial as that dark. And what I might do is leave the nostrils a little darker than the rest of it. How did I do this before? I did it like this. Came in, and then that dropped down here, and then came up like this. And so it's got this like variable there, and I'll come in and put the nostrils on. This is going to have some geef teeth as we call them. Some little teeth that are chewing to the side that are sort of hinting at chewing cud or grass or something of the sort. You put a little nostril on that one and the tiniest little nostril there. And then I'm going to see if I can get a little. Is that going to be dark enough? I don't think that's going to be dark enough. Let's see. Work into this. Let's see. There, something like that. Put a little shadow. There's some sort of party going on upstairs with my wife and my kid. I don't know what they're talking about, but they're talking about something. And someone's going to do his Duolingo. I don't know if people can hear him saying stuff, but it might come across. W8979. That's thanks for staying. I always joke about when the guest leaves that everybody else leaves, and somewhat it's true. To be honest, that does happen. But I appreciate you staying to entertain the idea of listening to this nonsense that is me. So I'm adding a little bit of texture into some of these, subtle texture, but texture nonetheless. And then I am going to, you'll notice this one has that color that's showing through. That's too dramatic for me in here, so I'm going to actually reduce that down a little. I'm going to put some tone back on top of that basket to try to like diminish that separation. I don't mind there being some, but that's awfully strong. So I'm going to see if I can knock it back a bit here. Just a little too much. There we go. That feels a little better. The contrast is just diminished a little bit by doing that. So I may give it another pass. We'll see, of some sort. I realize I have this camel walking up a hill that's behind here. Do I want to change that? I don't know if I want to change that. I'm kind of okay with it. What I do need to do is add some moments for shadow being cast by the feet here. And so I'm putting down, for anybody that cares, I'm putting down a little bit of colored pencil down first, because this one's so dark that I want to diminish how much it grips the paper and adds that shadow. And so by sort of like pre-putting down a base of a different color can sometimes diminish how much that shadow catches, or how much that that pigment from one colored pencil sort of hits. I mean, I do want to get a shadow. I don't want it to be nothing, but I gotta hedge my bets on sort of what the right color or what the right tone is. This one might be the best color to use overall, just in general. It's a little bit darker. It's in there. Let's see. Teacher Marin. I went to a bazaar in Morocco a long time ago. There was a large rectangular space with wooden stakes in the ground in rows. Turns out it was a donkey and camel parking lot. Oh, donkeys and camels. I love it. I love me a donkey parking lot. Who doesn't? If they don't, what's wrong with them? I'm going to do this. I'm going to put little black lines underneath that one, and then let's come in here and maybe I'll do lines to break up that. I just saw a little eraser bit. Let's pop that line. There we go. Okay, let's see. Are there other little variables I want to do on some of this? I can put some textures in there. I'm going to come back, because I have that sort of deep grayish blue, I want to see if I have anything close to that in my colored pencil kit that I can sort of play with. That might be a challenge here. Let's see. I got lots of blue. I don't know how much of it I got that's in that sort of grayish blue range. Maybe my colored pencils up here and sort of look in better light what I have for various blues. Again, that's not quite the same shade. Let's see. I found that getting colored pencils that have the same sort of tone can be really challenging across the board. Let's see, are there any other? And there's a dark blue, but that's probably too much. The other options, I have these lovely pencils here. That one's green. Nope, that's green. Okay, we'll try this for now. Let's see what we get out of these. Those pencils down there. Okay, let's sharpen them. Bear with me, it's going to make some noise. I should get these sharpened up if I can get the details out. Give me 1 second. Sharpen, sharpen, sharpen. Bill Strait, I see you have a question. I'll answer it 1 second. Yeah, see, that's too pure of a blur. Blur? That's too pure of a blur. I'm trying to like rule out. Those can probably be ruled. I know this one can probably work. I'm pretty sure this one should be able to work without issue. This one too pure. That's a little better. Dark. That one should be fine. That's probably too green. too green. This one is too bright. Okay, so illustrated. We all know that you work super fast, but what was the expected turnaround on your last book? I tend to get offers that are somewhere in the 6-month range from beginning of the sketch to the finish. Now, that being said, sometimes it takes a while before those books even get into my hands. So, like the equivalent of the last book I worked on, or even let's say the book I'm working on right now, I just sent off sample art before I get into the finishes. But I've known that I've been doing this book for the last, I'm going to say 6 months, easy. RIP headphone users? Oh, for the, I get you because of the colored pencil. I was like, what are you talking about? The 6 months before I even get the thing. Now that doesn't really count into the production time. That's literally like I get an interest from a publisher saying, hey, we want you to work on this book, and it takes time for the contract and all those things to go through. So that's where some of that time goes. It's not that I'm counting that towards that 6 months, and then it takes time after that to get the work up and going. But once I start sketching, generally it's about 6 months, somewhere in that range. And so, I have to move relatively fast once I see that 6 months sort of roll around. But for the most part, it's not I don't see that as a crazy time frame. I know some people think that that's really, really fast, but I don't think that's too fast in my mind. Let me get some little feetsies on this guy there, and while I'm there, I'm going to come in here and add little touches of this color over into this side to just unify the piece. So if I have some of these like greenish grays over here, what I might do is apply them to some of these pieces on this side to add a little flair. But yeah, 6 months roughly. It's not. Yeah, Guy was saying 4 months, but I also think there is a difference in the type of publishers that we're talking about there. So with Gaia, the work is with a publisher that potentially has a much speedier turnaround expectation. And so that idea of like working in 4 months, Europe tends to have a little bit of a different structure than what we do here as far as their expectation on turnaround time, as well as like just structurally, the publishers work a little differently than they do stateside. And so it's not unheard of to have something be a little bit faster on that end. I mean, I assume they would prefer to have a longer period of time too, but I've heard anything from like a couple of months up to a year, but it really just depends on the publisher and where and when and how they're operating. Let's see. I want a tone like this. Apparently, it's feeding time in my house because my dogs are going nuts up there. It's almost dinner time in the Hoffman household. Let's see. I'm trying to keep an eye on time here too. We're at 5:40, so I'm going to go for another maybe 20 minutes, and then I'll probably stop. So what I do want to do is get in a little bit of, I always like a little pink cheek on characters. I always think it sells nice. So I'm going to do is give a little bit of pink there, pink there. And then I'm going to come in and try to soften up some of these. And then I'm going to probably add in some little whiskers and things of the sort. One of the things that I know that camels have that I don't know if I want to put in completely, but I know that there is sometimes crazy eyelashes. I don't know if I want to do that in particular, or if I just want to put in some fun little oh, this one still needs its teeth. Let's put those teeth in. What's the easiest way to do that? Actually, with a marker like this. Got a couple goof doofs. You may not be able to see that for a little bit until it brightens up a little with that idea of like, I don't know if I like it on that one. Okay, let's get a little shadow on some of these. Footprints in the sand. And then I was thinking about doing some like radiating lines just to imply these like the sun sort of beating them down. Now technically they should have huge crazy shadows underneath, but I just don't know if I have the time or patience to do that right now. Everybody hear my dog in the background? Going crazy back there. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put some figures back here. They're sort of the people of this bazaar. Maybe one's leaning out of this tower. Where's that color I was mixing right there? It's gonna be a person that's like seeing them. In the distance. Sort of leaning out there. Maybe a couple other folks up on top of this. And maybe let's get some of this. What is this color called? Misty blue. Just something like this. Another one there. Person right here. A person right there. And let's get a little bit of this orange. And get sort of like a brighter yellow vibe in here. Teacher Merrill, did I try various things? Okay. Also, I see what kind of dog do I have, and I'll explain that in a second. For the most part, I knew that trace was going to be probably the answer for a lot of my work. It's not to say that there aren't value in other materials, but I knew that for me, the trace had the right consistency for what I needed. Sort of the amount of thickness. Like I have upstairs, I have to try at some point some tissue paper, which is sort of akin to what um, uh, Eric Carle uses, or used rather. And the challenge with that is I think that for me, the the tissue paper is so soft and so thin that, one, I'd probably tear through it too often. Two, it might be too transparent or not take paint in the same way, so it might warp even more than what the tracing does. So I want to be mindful of how much of that I put in. And then I also know that the trace I can buy in bigger packs, so I don't have to hunt down as much. Like if I were using tissue paper, you can't. I mean, I guess you can, but it's probably harder to come by huge quantities of it. And so I know that with the trace, I can buy pads of it pretty frequently, and it's not really much of an issue to hunt down. So I'm adding just some little people. I'm going to add little, like, I want to have some elements of like hair and things, but subtle. No one's probably going to ever see these but me. They're very, very subtle. You definitely won't see it on the screen, but trying to give some people some beards and some little touches of people. Okay, let's get in here and let's finish up some of these elements. Let's get my pinks out. Where did I get that pink? Oh, it was this one. Okay, that needs to be glued down again. Then I need to strap all these down, all these baskets down. And so what I'm going to do is, should I do it in black? Might be a little jarring, but we'll see. Make this stand out a little bit there. I love the palm trees for some reason. That's my favorite thing in this whole thing. Oh, what kind of dog do I have? I have two dogs. One of them is a Chihuahua Pug mix, also known as a Chug. And then the other one is a Chihuahua Dachshund Lab mix, is the way that we've, the phrase we've been going with is a Dachshund Lab mix. And that's the one that you hear most of the time. For anybody that tunes in, you hear a dog barking in the background. That's that one. We think she's a little hearing impaired of some sort, and so you get these crazy turns all of a sudden where she just starts yelling at the world around. Okay, so give me 1 minute and I will tweak something on this. I need to use a hair dryer. Okay, now let's put some straps on things and some what do I want to call it? Like ropes. I don't know why that was hard to say. What do I call it? Roots. Okay, let's see. So I come in here to this brush. I'll make it a little bit lighter yet on some of these. Let's see. Let's get maybe this one here. Put that around. Actually, yeah, I want this one to be a little bit lighter than what I'm getting there. Okay. Now let's grab the brush of all brushes, my tiny, 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 teeny, tiny, tiny brush. Add a little bit more black to this. I'm trying to reduce down. I have Mars black, but I'm going to add some fluorescent pink to it. So it becomes a little bit of a sort of warm gray. And now I'm going to come in here and I'm going to start to strap some of these things down. Now, we'll put a strap on this. We'll put a strap underneath there. Strap under there. Now what we'll do is we'll put something like that. This one I think it's funny just to go put a strap here, maybe a strap here, and then just bring that in one line that goes underneath that guy. And then these will have some straps to go on them. You can go underneath. Put some of these. Here. That going down underneath the belly of the beast. I don't even know how these are officially attached, but this is how I'm attaching them. Okay, and now that I have that, I am going to come in here and like darken up a couple moments over there. Okay. I'm going to put a thin little lines on this that apply the structure that's holding it up. And then I might do a few other little moments of like bunting or something of the sort that come down here. I do want, where I guess I can use one of these. A little bit of the white again. I just want to punch this guy because it's not quite bright enough for what I want. I want that to really stand out as white against. There we go. Okay. See a couple of little things I'm gonna. Touch up here. This one's too close to there, so I'm gonna nuke that tone a little bit. WB 8979. Wait. Yeah. Do I list? Sometimes there's some crit groups and things that I try to when I can that have some like Discord servers and things I try to hop into if feasible. Most of the time it's music. For some reason I like listening to music more when I'm working than a podcast. The only exception to that is something like a murder podcast or something that has a like what do you call that? Like serial aspect to it that it just you can get from one to the next really quickly and learn a lot about said story. I love Keith Morrison, who is Dateline NBC or something along that lines. He's a little over the top, but also very, very rewarding if you listen to it. He's just he's very dramatic in his telling of said stories, and so I love his approach and some of that. That is a bit punchy as a yellow. I want to tone that sucker down. There we go. That's better. This background color was just a little too like muted, so I want to make sure I give that enough room. Same thing with like where these ears are. I'll give him enough lightness around his ear so you can actually see his ear because it sort of disappears otherwise. So I'm gonna sort of just tone that ever so slightly. Okay, now the last thing is getting in some potential white beams coming down, and we'll see how this looks. This may be a little bit much. When I do this, is that the right brush? Wow, that thing is getting beat. Oh no, it's not the right brush. That's why. I just want to see what happens if like I add in some white beams here. In fact, maybe I'll do it with Or is it like this guy? Yeah, see, I don't like how that looks right now, but I'll get rid of that. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can get that cleaned off before it dries. There we go. Interesting. I can vary between putting favorite YouTube videos on main screen while drawing. I listen to AM/FM radio. Ooh, AM. AM radio. Listen to ham radio. Bunch of truckers coming in from afar. Okay, I don't know if that's what I want there. Maybe I just leave it. Maybe I just leave it. I will come in though, and this piece, I want this to be extra white. I'm gonna hit it with another. Okay, let's see. Move that. I have to redo that line. It's all this, but I want to get that a little bit brighter too. It was reading too gray to me. Okay, let's get that line back in where it was, which is my little tiny liner brush. Where is my little tiny liner brush? There it is. Okay, let's get that back in where it was. So, right there. Right there. And I dropped my hair dryer, which means I got to get down here and bring it back up. So I might do a little bit of Photoshop stuff to this too. To unify some colors, but for the most part, it's okay. I do want to glue those pieces down. There's a couple pieces. Every time working on stuff, I just catch an edge and then it comes up. It needs to be resealed. That's happening with these. In fact, I just goofed it right there. Let's see. I goofed it. You don't want to hear that through Instagram, Lauren? All right, let me hair dryer this. Oh, it's the hair. Oh, okay, never mind. Lauren, I just made a joke about the audio coming from up there. It's not important. It is not important of any sort. Okay, so let's get last little bits in here. I'm questioning whether I should do like some crazy drop shadows underneath these guys, but maybe I'll do it with paint instead of pencil. So let me get these pencils out of the way. Black and white, and this pink can go back in a certain set that I have here. Everything else I think goes back over, well, that one stays here. Okay, everything else goes over here. I have to keep my pencils separated for different projects, which is a little bit annoying, but it's okay. What I'll do is I'll come back in and I will grab colors that relate to whatever they're standing on and see if I can get just a wash. I'll probably do it with this brush instead of like it's only a few of them I gotta do, but this one one's real time. And then I'm gonna even them out a little bit with some color pencil to get rid of some of the textures in it that I don't like. I still get the tone, but not the watery texture. I'll try to soften the edge on it too. Weird. Weird. You just gotta get it more even in its application. Pencil sharpener, hold on. Good enough. Okay, now the one down below, we can get that with something like this. We get little touches of color in there. I don't know if that one needs one because of the way that's positioned, but I can come in with something like this and add a little hint in that case. Okay, is there anything else I want to do before I move on? Okay, that may be it. Let me get my brushes that need to be washed together. This one, this one, this one. This one has, yeah, that one had some paint on it. That had some paint on it. That had some paint on it. Okay, there we go. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna clear out my space, get it a little bit fixed up again, and then I will showcase the artwork one last time. And then I will close up shop for the night, because it is dinner time here. Get some of these colors out of the way. Ba, 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 ba. This can go in there. Clean, 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 clean. And then, ready for a secret look at how this operation works. Get all these cleaned up and off to the side. It's pretty cool what's gonna happen. You're not gonna believe it. I'm gonna take these and put these over here. And then I'm gonna take this white piece of paper that I have here. And as you know, I'm just gonna flip it over and look at how clean and nice and sharp it is. I'll do this sort of even it out. I'll get it nice and centered in frame here. What is that? Get some schmutz. Get some glue. That's right there, but I'll Photoshop that out. But that gives us a nice clean shot. What we're looking at here, I will zoom in so we can get a couple little close-ups for those that are watching. But there's the little people. I don't even know if you can see that they're just little dots, and they have. Ooh, that's too blurry. There you go. There's not much there. And then the camels. They have little whiskers and stuff. The lighting is not great when I zoom in like that. Or is it great in general? But we'll hold it like that. We will zoom up a little bit. There we go. Center it. And I'll leave it like that. So everybody, tune in next week. Next week we have, for anybody that is reads Publishers Weekly, any of those, we have 100 Scope Notes, which is Travis Jonker, who is a children's librarian and author and illustrator. He did, I think it's called One More Snowflake and One More Wave, two of his books that he illustrated, and then he's authored quite a few that have been illustrated by others. He'll be joining us next week, and then followed by that, Jen Rofe on the following week, and the last week is, oh man, I'm drawing a blank right now. Who was last week? I'm trying to look. It's on the post, but it's far enough out that I'm like, I haven't tracked it yet. Lauren, are you listening?
Yeah, hold on a second.
Who is it? Who is it, everybody? If anybody can.
Oh,
Ingela P. R. Yeah, Arrhenius? I don't know. That's how I would say it, but I'm sure it's probably incorrect. but we will have them on the following week. That's one of those ones where I'm bound to mistype it at some point because there's so many letters in that name that I'm sure I will miss something. But you all have a lovely week. I will see you. Just one flake, not one more flake. Just one flake. Thank you. I will see you next week at Thursday at 2 p.m. All right. Y'all have a lovely evening. Bye.